Alright, hello everyone, welcome back to more Nurse Love Syndrome. More Hatsumi, Chief Hatsumi. It's not something I normally think about, but sometimes it overwhelms me. This feeling that I'm not myself. Who am I? Wait, healing hands? Wait, who are you again? I think your name was... Wait. What was your name again? Who is she? I get the feeling she's someone I shouldn't forget. So why have I forgotten her? Who? What do you mean I need to live? Someone's trying to kill me? Yeah. My eyes shoot open. When I lurch up in bed, the memories of my dreams start to fade like morning dew. I can't even really remember what kind of dream I was having. All I remember is that I was in the dark and someone was calling out to me. How long have I been having these dreams? I always feel a little uneasy after them. I get the feeling that I'll stop being myself. But you know what? That ends today. Because my dream's coming true! Woo! I'm a nurse! Okay, so I think because I did the gatekeeper ending, or whatever, why they called it that, I should be able to do the rest of her routes now, I think. The first option has to be like, I'm not sure, and it just came out. So if that, okay, we're good. Okay, make a save. I don't really want to write over the persona. Okay. Normal route first. So... I'm not sure. Hold on, let's see, what did she say? Oh, sis, okay. You don't have to say it so bluntly. Back in elementary school? Senpai, was that on purpose? We haven't seen each other in forever, and she's being so mean to me. Ugh.
はいはい、おしゃべりはここまで。ヤキーさん、待たせちゃったわね。4月1日、朝の申し送りを始めます。おはようございます。
April Fools.
すいませんではなくて、すみませんと言いなさい。はい、わかりました。これから気をつけます。いい返事ね。
Sorry, Kari. Oops. I feel bad cutting them off because I don't know when they're gonna end talking. For some reason, the chief's voice calms me down. That's despite the fact that she was scolding me. It's the strangest thing.
以後入眠、朝まで爆睡。今朝の血圧132の78。夕べのことは何も覚えてないそうです。
Remember anything about yesterday evening?
ったかいな。
I'd appreciate it. Pew pew. Senpai, すごいです。Pew pew. Sorry. So I guess I could talk about my thoughts while we wait for this. So with Miyuki, I think they were discussing about like how two sisters were involved in a experiment or whatever, and the younger one died, I think. So what if, like when she died, and then Kaori had her accident, she got her organs, so that's, and then I guess a part of, like a piece of her mind maybe, because she remembers her, sort of. I'm assuming that's where we're going. Chief. Sort of like being reincarnated in a way. Pew pew. Pew pew. Pew pew. Eat 'em, sure. Eat your veggies, kids. How does that one phrase go? It's like, um, stay in, like the, let's see, stay in school, don't do drugs. And then there's a third part of it where they, I don't know, but you know what I mean. Like the stay in drugs or whatever. Gotta do it. Help. Let's get back to work. Stop talking about underwear like a weirdo. Sure. So the pain, with her endings is, that first choice when we call her sis. It's like, oh, why'd you say that? I'm not sure. So basically, I have to say the same things as I'm doing now, but I have to go back and say, it just came out, sorry. I'll help. Work, 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 work. No. Dun, dun, dun. Clean up his things. Sorry. Miyukichi. Pew pew. Hi, Alice. No, not really. So because I did that one ending last time, it like unlocked some new dialogue, but nothing too important. So I was able to do the choice thing that didn't show up last time. And that's about it. Nothing major. Senpai is so obsessed with kissing us. Run away last minute. Meow. They came out terribly. Pew pew! Pew pew! Do 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 do. So if you watch like the full Nagisa playthrough that I did, that ringtone is so annoying. It won't stop playing. Continue. Yeah. But like if you just like sit there, try to read it, it's just it gets annoying. Just constantly. No. Shower. Feels so weird. Say it. Okay, and then some kind of questions later on. What do I do with Senpai though? Avoid answering? I can't be honest about this. That might make trouble for the chief.
そんなこと。それで隠してるつもり？
Yes. She scoffs at me.
見てればわかるわよ。私が何年沢井を見てたと思ってるの。あいた。
She flicks my forehead. My vision blurs as my forehead throbs. But I can still make out Senpai, smiling with a face like she's going to cry. Then, as if trying to hide how she feels, she quickly gulps down her beer.
そっか。沢井は主任に取られちゃったか。
Sorry, Senpai. Hmm. I don't see this option. I guess I'll go with this. Okay, well, don't do that.
ロードしました。でも可愛いんだもん。可愛いだなんて。
The chief asks while fidgeting, her face now completely red. Ah, damn it. That's one of the things that's so adorable about you.
主任さんのそんなところ可愛いって思う気持ちは本当です。しかもこんな可愛いことまでしてくださって。
I gently reach out my hands. Hug. And try wrapping the chief in a tight hug. The chief doesn't try to escape. Which means that she can't hate me, right?
主任さんのこういう可愛いところ私もっと見たいです。いやよ、恥ずかしいわ。恥ずかしがらなくてもいいじゃないですか。それとも私みたいなお子様には見せたくないとか？バカ言いなさい。
Nose to nose, we stare into each other's eyes. Then we both burst into laughter. Is it really okay for me to feel this happy? Huh. I'm back in that dream again, aren't I? The girl stands in front of me. She's staring at me with a look of determination etched onto her face.
あなた、お姉ちゃんのこと好きなの？
Yes? I'm taken aback by the girl's sudden question.
お姉ちゃんって誰？
As soon as I open my mouth, a face swims into my mind. It's the face of the chief, adorned by a shy smile.
お姉ちゃん。
It's just a hunch, but I think the big sister that the girl's referring to is the chief. When I think about the feeling that the girl's alluding to, there's only one person who I can think of that I might like in that way. Which means that...
あなた、主任さんの妹さんなの？
My head starts to throb. An incomprehensible fear wells up inside of me. It feels like all the cells in my body are screaming at me, telling me that I mustn't remember. Even so, no matter how much it hurts, and how much I'm afraid, I have to. It's a girl's voice. I feel like the lid on my memories is about to burst open.
大塚初美お姉ちゃん。
Just then, I remember the first time I went to the ward and saw the chief at the nurse's station. My eyes open with a jolt and I'm back in my room. I feel like something I can't quite remember is hidden deep within my heart. I was so close. I get up slowly and head for the sink. There I am in the mirror. That girl who called the chief big sister is like me when I was a child. What can't I remember? I feel like it's right there in front of me. I feel like I should be able to piece it together, but I can't. Okay. Never mind, we can ask. Okay, I'll ask. If it's something that I can't solve, then it's always better to ask someone who might know the answer directly and get the answer right away.
主任さん、ちょっと質問いいですか？ええ、何かしら。
The chief turns to face me with a pleasant expression on her face.
主任さんって妹さんとか弟さんとかいらっしゃいますか？
The chief frowns uncomfortably.
今は仕事中よ。プライベートのことは後になさい。はい。
Oops, I got told off. Well, I guess it's true that we are working right now, so of course she was going to say something like that. It was a mistake to ask. I'm dreaming again. But this dream is different from the others. There's no one else here. I can't see anything. All I see is pitch blackness stretching out far before me. I wander around in the darkness, looking for the little girl. All of a sudden, a lonely voice calls out.
お姉ちゃんは引っ込み思案な私と違って昔からお友達が多かったの。でも私があんなことになってお姉ちゃんは変わってしまった。お姉ちゃんは私のために私が歩もうと思い描いていた将来を私の代わりに歩もうと決心したの。そんなことしなくてもよかったのに、私のことなんて忘れて自分の幸せを求めてもよかったのに。だからお姉ちゃんには幸せになってほしいの。それは本心なんだけど。
Sorry, I under...
お願い、お姉ちゃん、私からちゃんを取らないで。
Huh. What is she talking about? The sirens are getting louder. I can't hear her anymore. Who's been taken away? I suddenly come to. I'm back in my room. What was that just now? It sounded like skidding followed by a thump, but what in the world? I feel somewhat relieved, but I'm overcome by a cold sweat. I get out of bed and check the watch near my pillow. It's already 9 in the morning. Normally I would be freaking out about being late, but today's my day off.
今日がお休みでよかった。
I'm certain that if I had been on the day shift today, that I wouldn't have been able to concentrate and I would have been told off again. It's so bright. The weather's beautiful today, but unlike the sky, my heart feels shrouded by darkness. All I can think about is the dream that I was just having. The girl in my dream really loves and misses the chief as her big sister. I'm someone who can empathize with a girl's feelings. I also love and hold the chief dear. I can say that with pride. But it's also true that I also now see the chief as a big sister, and I could feel things like admiration and envy for a big sister inside of me too. Maybe it's because of the way the girl feels. For a split second, I wonder if I'm actually the chief's little sister. But I quickly suppressed that thought. Can't think about it, I mean, if that were true, then that would make the family I know now a lie. My mom, my dad, my own little sister, they wouldn't be real. Or maybe the chief really is my big sister and she left our family for some reason, and I just completely forgot she existed. And then maybe my entire family has been conspiring to keep her a secret from me. Or what if my real name is Kari Otsuka, and I left her family and forgot all about them for some reason? I run my fingers haphazardly through my hair. I'm so confused. My head is throbbing. Each and every one of my cells is screaming at me that I must not try to remember. My heart is pounding. I can feel it getting faster and faster. I have to calm down. I have to calm down. I clutch my chest with one shaking hand over the other. Take a deep breath. And cast the same spell as usual. The spell to stop me from being so useless and turn me into something more helpful. Hang on a second. For the first time in my life, I feel something strange about the spell that I always use to calm myself down. When did I start relying on this spell? I don't think I ever did it when I was a young child. So what, did I start doing it in elementary school? I can't remember. But I feel like I was probably doing it by the time I went up to junior high. Did something happen around then? There was that accident. There was that traffic accident where I almost died. It all comes flooding back to me. This little spell of mine might actually be a kind of ritual that I use to summon the other me, the girl that keeps appearing in my dreams. The ritual makes me feel like I'm outside of myself, observing the world through a thin film, even though I'm the one acting. Maybe that ritual where I cast my little spell is what opens the door to the other me, to the girl from my dreams. That's why I can become so calm and collected if I perform my spell. I think my intuition is probably right here. Probably right here. It means that if I perform this spell, then I can calm down and can dump all the bad stuff happening around me onto this other girl who isn't quite like me. So I guess that means that this girl has been inside me for quite some time. But why? How come? Did something happen to me a long time ago? What caused that girl to exist inside of me? That girl's the Chief's little sister. My gut says that's the truth. So then why is the Chief's little sister in my head? And since when? I wonder if it was indeed the accident that caused that to happen. It's the only logical conclusion that I can draw. But I don't really remember a lot about what happened. Why is that? Everything is just going around in circles inside my head. My head is pounding. I'm sure that it'll go away if I just stop thinking about the accident. But still, no matter how much my head begins to hurt, I want to delve just that little bit deeper. I spend the entire day in my room. The sun is already beginning to set, and its orange sunbeams begin to filter through my window. I take out my cell phone and begin to type out a message. It's not like I have any other options left. The chief smiles as she invites me into her room.
すみません。お仕事が終わったばかりなのに。
バカね。何を遠慮しているの？あなたが私の部屋に来たいだなんてわがままを言ってくれるのは嬉しいわ。
主任さん。
I say her name as I wonder how to put this. When I do, the chief begins to fidget, an unhappy look appearing on her face. I don't think she's usually like this. I have a question that I really want to ask her, but I decide to set it aside for the time being.
主任さん？どうかしたんですか？
The chief's expression sours and she abruptly turns away.
プライベートでまで役職で呼ばれるのは寂しいわ。
Okay. Which means that...
ごめんなさい。なんだか名前で呼ぶのが照れくさくて。
I feel a sense of happiness gradually well up inside me.
でも、初見さんがそうやって素直に寂しいって言ってくださって嬉しいです。
The chief, no, Hatsumi seems to be so fidgety. She's so cute. Hatsumi hangs her head as she plays with her fingers. Even her ears are red. But I really do love Hatsumi when she gets like that. It's just that I can't take my mind off the girl in my head or the accident. It's almost as if someone else entirely is feeling the happiness that I ought to be feeling. I wonder if it's okay to ask her my question now. I know that it's going to ruin a happy moment, but I wonder if it's alright to ask her yet. Or maybe I should wait for another opportunity. We're gonna have to hold on to that thought. Okay, normal is ask, right? Let's see. No, normal is don't ask. I wish that I could feel happy right now. I could feel the fact that Hatsumi really loves me. As I move my hand to clutch fidgeting fingers, I feel another hand grab mine. Taking each other by the hand, we lock eyes. Our eyes meet and I stop dead in my tracks. Our faces inch closer. I don't know who it is who closes their eyes first. I feel our lips softly meet. Inches apart, we peer into each other's eyes. As we stare, Hatsumi's face grows redder. Hatsumi hangs her head. The redness has creeped past her cheeks and colored her ears and the crick of her neck, too. I just kissed Hatsumi.
主任さん
No, I'm not naming them. They're naming it whatever this stuff is. I don't know German, so I don't know what this says.
主任さん
I sense her critical tone and quickly correct myself.
じゃなかった初見さん私初見さんが好き
Hatsumi happily shifts her gaze all over the place and begins to play with her fingers again.
私も好きよ
That would make sense. Okay, where to bat? In the warm water of my bath, I gently touch my lips. I can't believe I kissed Hatsumi. Our first kiss. I remember how her hand was trembling when it grabbed mine. I'm so happy. Kissing Hatsumi for the first time makes my chest burst with memories of its warmth and tenderness and how ticklish it was. But one corner of my brain is whispering to me that I'm not allowed to be happy. I have no idea why I feel that way. I'm dreaming once again. There's nobody else here today either. Or is there? I can't see them, but I can feel their presence.
ねえ誰かいないのいるんでしょ
I need to talk to the little girl, so I shout across the blackness.
ねえお願い出てきて聞きたいことがあるの
But the little girl's nowhere to be found. I can hear a voice echoing from somewhere.
ごめんなさいこんなことになってしまったのは私のせいなのかおりちゃんかおりちゃんが大好き好き好き大好き本当に心の底から大好きなのでも私のせいでかおりちゃんはお願いかおりちゃん死なないで私は何もいらないからこの命も体も何もいらないかおりちゃんさえいればいいかおりちゃんが生きていて幸せになってくれればそれでいいのお願い私を使って私はかおりちゃんを支えて守ってそれだけでいいのかおりちゃんが私を忘れても私はかおりちゃんのために
My eyes jerk open. It's because I opened my eyes that I left my dream world. I still wasn't able to hear all that the little girl had to say. I slowly start to get up.
かおりちゃんが私を忘れても私はかおりちゃんのために
I can still hear her voice reverberating in my ears. Even though I feel like the lid on my memories is finally about to pop off, it still feels like something stands in my way. I can't remember any of the important parts. My intuition's telling me that the accident is the key to everything. The accident from 10 years ago that I can't even remember. The more I think about it, the more strange it feels that even though I'm the one who was seriously injured, I'm the one who doesn't remember a damn thing. Why can't I remember? If there's a reason that I can't remember, then what is it? Thinking about it, whenever I have tried to remember what happened, I've always developed a severe headache that stops me from thinking any further. I only had a slight headache today, though. My gut suddenly whispers something new to me. What if my memories about the accident have been sealed away somehow? What if my memories are sealed away by some reason, and then for some other reason the seal's starting to break now? But what would my memories need to be sealed away for? What's the benefit of sealing them off? And who in the world would be able to even do something like that? And what would happen if I did remember everything about the accident? Would anything change? I don't mind if everything just stays the same, but I wouldn't want to remember what happened if it meant things would change. Should I remember the accident? Or would it be better if I carry on as I am and not look any further into it? I don't know what to do. Yeah, she's like... I don't know if she is... Like, it's her body, right? But the sister's organs. So, is it technically Kari? Or... Like... It's not all just in my head, is it? I feel like Hatsumi has been in a bad mood all morning. I guess it's probably because I called her Hatsumi when I got in this morning. And it was just before the shift change meeting, in front of absolutely everyone. She went so red. Oh, I bet it's that. It was my bad for not being able to differentiate between what we say in private and what we say in public. I really messed that one up.
どうしたの、沢井？元気ないよ。
Senpai, I don't know what's happening. I try to laugh it off. I can't believe that I'm even making people like Senpai worry about me.
沢井、朝のことは気にしなくてもいいと思うよ。そうかもしれませんけど、主任さんに恥をかかせてしまったのは事実なんだし。
Nagisa does not seem happy. What should I say to her?
主任さんはきっちりした人だから、職場でのこういう公私混同が許せないのかもしれないし。
I don't think she's the type of woman who could look lightly on mixing up our public and private lives in the workplace.
そんなのってないわ。ありえないよ。恋人同士になったんでしょ？
Senpai gets riled up for me. I'm grateful for what she's doing, but maybe the nurse's station is not the best place to do it.
あなたたち、おしゃべりをするのもいいけれど、他にやることがあるんじゃないの？
The atmosphere at the nurse's station becomes strained and I could almost feel a physical chill in the air. Damn it, why did you have to come back at this precise second, Hatsumi? The two glare at one another. This is terrifying.
ちょっと主任、一言言わせてもらってもいいですか？
Despite the tense atmosphere, Senpai takes a step towards Hatsumi.
仕事に関係があることなら、一言でも二言でも好きなだけどうぞ。
Naturally, Hatsumi does not back down. She remains completely composed while facing down Senpai's wrath.
仕事には関係ないけど、私にとっては大事なことなんです。渚先輩、やめてください。
あなたにとって大事なことであっても、仕事に関係がないことなら、今ここで話すことではないわね。
もう、何なんですかその言い草。私がどんな気持ちで身を引いたのか知ってるくせに。
それこそあなたには関係のないことだわ。それに職場で個人的な感情論を持ち出すのは職業人としてプロとしてどうなのかしら。
Into the workplace like this?
ムッキー、看護師だって一人の人間です。人として許せないことだってありますよ。
A nurse call.
そうね、その意見には同意するわ。けれど仕事に関係のないことは時間外にするべきだと言っているのよ。
Hatsumi throws a glance my way. I hurriedly pick up the nurse call.
はい、どうされました？
点滴終わりそうです。
はい、すぐ行きますね。
滴下絞って待ってます。
Senpai and Hatsumi are still glaring at each other. I don't know what to do. Senpai said what she did to defend me, so I can't just disappear on her.
何をしているの、沢井さん。やるべきことを後回しにしないの。
でも
大丈夫よ。あなたが大切に思っている先輩さんは後輩に心配されるほどおバカさんではないの。あなたより先に看護の道に入っているのよ。
Leave Senpai alone!
悔しいけど主任の言う通りよ。沢井、私のことはいいから患者さんのところに行ってきなさい。
Senpai smiles a little. Hatsumi nods from the other side. I quickly lower my head and leave the nurse's station with Miss Sakai's IV bottle in my hand. Miss Sakai is sitting on her cranked-up hospital bed and staring outside through the open window. A breeze touched by the warmth of the sun blows through Miss Sakai's hair. I quickly change the bottle when the direction of Miss Sakai's gaze catches my own attention. Miss Sakai is looking out over the ocean. The horizon sparkles brightly with the reflected light of the sun.
つくしちゃん、退院なんですって。
日曜日にお昼ご飯を食べてからね。
I still can't hear the crashing of the waves even if I strain my ears, but I can smell the salt of the sea wafting in on an ocean breeze.
私より後から入ってきた人が先に退院していくのを見送るのは寂しいものね。
I know, that's why I'm like, I love Senpai, I'm gonna do her roots first, so that's all that. You get the whole story with her.
そっか、酒井さん、つくしちゃんと仲が良かったから。
Miss Sakai lets a chuckle slip out. I think I can sense a small amount of self-derision within it, but it could just be my imagination.
私たち仲が良かったのかしら。一方的に懐かれただけだったけれど、あなたにはそう見えたんですね。でも仲が良くても悪くても患者の立場で他の患者さんの退院を見送るのは寂しいものだわ。退院おめでとうという気持ちはあるけれど、本心は複雑。
I bet that's true. When I think of how Miss Sakai must feel watching Tsukushi leave the hospital feeling all better, it breaks my heart.
でもたとえそれが死亡退院だったとしても、私はおめでとうって言うわ。やっと楽になれたのね。おめでとうって。
All this talk about death. As they stand there speechless, Miss Sakai lets out a laugh.
免疫抑制療法を受けようと思う。
Miss Sakai states, full of resolve. Unable to say anything, I take a good hard look at Miss Sakai's pale face. Immunosuppressive therapy is a very high-risk treatment that reduces your hematopoietic function down to 0. Once that system no longer functions, there's a risk that it won't come back. But Miss Sakai still wants to go through with something like that.
いるのかいないのかわからないドナーを待っていても、拉致が開かないでしょ。だから賭けに出る。文字通り、私の命をかけた賭けよ。
When I try to put myself in Miss Sakai's shoes, I feel a tingle of fear run up my spine. I don't think that I would ever be able to make a decision like that.
怖くないの？
怖くないわけがないでしょ。
She laughs scornfully.
言ったでしょ。
これはただの賭け。賭けに負けたところで死ぬだけよ。また死ぬのが早まるだけ。
そんな。
人はいずれ死ぬ。だったら自分の思うように生きたい。私はこんな風に病院に閉じ込められて無意な時間を費やしただけで終わるそんな一生は嫌。たとえ辛い治療でも先がないのが分かっていても死を待つだけの時間を過ごすよりはよっぽどいいわ。
Miss Sakai reasons, gazing out at the horizon. How come she's so tough? How can I become as tough as she is?
強いのね。
Miss Sakai turns to face me.
あなたはどうなんですか？
I'm a little taken aback by her question.
そんな暗い顔を患者にさらして今のままでいいと思っているわけ？現状を打破するために今できることを片っ端からやってみようと思わないんですか？
My entire body stirs at Miss Sakai's words. She's right. I have to do everything in my power.
戻りました。
Returning to the nurse's station, I scan around for Senpai and Hatsumi.
おう沢井、愛しの主任さんは会議。大好きな先輩は301やで。
Yamanochi tells me quietly with a knowing smirk.
ちょっと喧嘩してたっぽいけど最後には仲直りしたみたい。よかったな。
Yasuko claps me on the shoulder and leaves the room. So I guess they made up then? But I'm still no good. All I've been doing is getting in the way rather than giving my beloved Hatsumi my support. And I caused so much trouble for my precious senpai. I can't go on like this. I have to do better. Work finishes and I head back to the dormitory before the others. Something that I can do right now is study. If I can just grow up a little more as a nurse, then I could be of help to Hatsumi. Wanting to get to work straight away, I head back to my room as fast as my legs will carry me. Huh? Someone's at the entrance to the dormitory. It's a man. I've seen him somewhere before. That frightening face.
失礼。
It's him. I panic and hide. I'm confused. Why is he here? Hatsumi said it was all over. So why is he standing right here? Go on, Shu! No, don't. Please don't come over here. I try my hardest to run away, but paralyzed with fear, I can't get up. What should I do now?
もうなんやのこの子は。驚かしたこっちが驚いたやんか。
I feel a thud on my back. When I turn back, I find Yamanochi crouched down to the floor like I am. A convenience store grocery bag has fallen to the floor beside her.
もうあんたのせいで卵割れてもたやんか。もう。
Who cares about your eggs? I could see raw egg yolks pooling in the bottom of the bag. It looks like at least one is definitely broken.
すみません。私すごくびっくりして。
まあなんや知らんが深刻なかくれんぼ中に背後から驚かしたうちも悪いっちゃ悪いんやけどな。ああ、卵割れてもたな。ああ。
ほんとすみません。お詫びしますから。
ほんまか？
Yamanochi grinned suggestively. I got a bad feeling about this.
そういやあんたに手伝ってもらいたいことあったんやけどな。かくれんぼする暇あるんやから来てくれるやんな。
I don't want to. I mean, I have a lot of things that I need to be getting on with myself.
勉強もええけど気分転換も必要やで。あんたどん詰まりになってんのやろ。作業しながらやったら話聞いたるから。
I feel a little grateful to the smiling Yamanouchi.
仕方がないな。ちゃんと話聞いてくださいよ。
I quickly turn back before I get in the elevator, but the man's nowhere to be seen. Could it have been just my imagination?
悪いな。いつもの指定席にでも座ってゆっくりしといて。
はあ。
Yamanouchi rummages around her room as she begins to tell me that there's something that I can help her with. At a loose end, I look all around the room. On top of the cardboard box, just a bit away from me, is a thin book. It's a design that I've seen before. This must be one of Yamanouchi's illustrations. Wow, it really did become an entire book. I try flipping through it. Oh, this is the part that I painted. I guess this is the bit where I wasn't able to stay within the lines. Although I just flipped through the book at first, I eventually find myself reading parts of it. Huh? There's something familiar about this book. An unsocial head girl type of character is touched by an airhead underclassman and gradually begins to open her heart to... Hang on. I've seen this pattern of behavior before.
どないや。
Next thing I know, Yamanouchi's looking over his shoulder and smirking.
この子たちって酒井さんとアミちゃんですよね。
You're making a yuri about children? Without saying a word, Yamanouchi continues to grin and hands me another book.
こんなんもあるで。
I take the book unconsciously and flip through.
これ渚先輩と私。
A uniformed nurse with a ponytail and a uniformed nurse saying Senpai's favorite catchphrase of "humph" adorn the pages.
いやー、やっぱナースものは鉄板やね。
She says as she drops a laptop computer in front of me.
ちゅうことで、こんな風になるよう社食よろしく。
社食。
セリフの打ち出し。この通りに文字打ってくれる？
The letters are all packed closely together on a memo pad. But still...
すみません。私パソコンとか触ったことなくて。
マジで？
Yasuko seems surprised, which means that I can't help her tonight, so I'm going to go home.
しゃあない。セリフの中手書きでよろしく。
Pages and pages of picture-filled manga manuscript begin to pile up high.
鉛筆書きの上からペンで清書。乾いたらゴムかけ。な。56枚全部よろしく。
はい。
書き文字は書き文字で味があってええかもな。昔の同人誌みたいでレトロチック。
Ow. My right hand's in so much pain.
ほーれ、鍋焼きうどんできたで。さあ、召し上がれ。
こんな暑い中、鍋焼きうどんですか。もう夏ですよ。
暑い中に暑いもんを食うからええやんか。それに誰かさんのせいで卵を使う必要ができたからな。やっぱ日本人はうどんやね。
For a while, all I can hear is the slurping of udon noodles. Not needles. Something doesn't quite add up. Yamanochi's making me do all this work, but I kinda like the atmosphere we have going on in this room. This stuff has nothing to do with nursing, but it's kinda nice just to zone out and let your hands work away automatically. I mean, I'm feeling a lot better already. When I think about how Yamanochi's strategy had been successful, I start to feel something strange.
沢井疲れたか？
まあちょっとだけ右手が痛いかな。
でも気分転換にはなったやろ？
I don't really want to admit it, but when I feel like there's a streak of ill will in how she's putting it, like she took advantage of me just a bit. But there's no trace of ill will on her face at all. Instead, she reaches out her hand and ruffles my hair.
悩んだり落ち込んだりしたときは頭空っぽにして作業するとええねん。考えてもわからんもんはどんだけ悩んだかってわからん。時間と労力の無駄や。
She has a point.
そのうちポコッと妙案が浮かぶまで神様が休んどけって言うてるようなもんやね。下手の考え休むに似たりってな。
I let out a chuckle at the grin that Yamanochi flashes me.
それも確かにありますね。
だいたい恋なんざ難儀なもんや。初恋やったらなおさらや。
Huh? Love? Yamanochi does her usual smirk at my surprised expression. Her smile flashes across my mind. Oh, I guess she's talking about Hatsumi.
若いうちの恋やったらパワーで乗り切れる。けど年いけばいくほど理性が邪魔するようになるねんな。ま、向こうもいっぱいいっぱいやし、ここはより経験豊富な方が足踏みして向こうが追いつくのを待つしかない。
経験豊富って言ったって私
経験豊富っちゅうても目くそ鼻くそやけど若い分怖いもん知らずになれるやろ。
怖いもの知らず？
Yamanochi nods with a suggestive smile. It's kind of embarrassing to have Yamanochi imply that I must know what she's talking about.
押してもダメなら引いてみな。引いてもダメなら押してみな。
それでもダメなら？
恋愛の仕方には個人差があります。用法用量と節度を守って理性と欲望のバランスを見ながら正しく歩んでください。
I burst out laughing.
何ですかそれ？
I get back from Yamanochi's room and carefully massage my right hand in the bath. Before I go to sleep, I write a message to Hatsumi.
はい、送信と。
I doubt that I'll get a reply, but that's okay, because I do love Hatsumi, and I'm sure that Hatsumi loves me in the same way that I love her. I hope so anyway. But Hatsumi's the chief nurse of the internal medicine ward. See, she probably has a different perspective and is bound by obligations and reasoning that I just can't understand. She must be confused by a lot of things. I bet that she's unsure of whether to even reply to my message or not, and in the end puts it off. That's how our relationship will have to be. I'd be happiest if I did get a response, but right now, all I want is for Hatsumi to really think about what it is that she wants. She told me that she loved me back then, but then and now are completely different times. I want to hear the answer of a Hatsumi who has thought this through, who's swung between reality and emotion. I may still be a newbie at work who can't hope to follow in the chief's footsteps just yet, but I want to be able to follow what Hatsumi does in private. That's why I'll wait. Until Hatsumi can say with pride that she loves me. I'm having that dream again. The girl who's always in my dreams isn't here today. But
お姉ちゃんは勇気がないだけ。好きな人に好きだって言えないなんてお姉ちゃんの育児だし。
I hear a voice from afar. The voice is high-strung, harsh, and sounds like it's arguing.
私には立場があるのよ。一時の感情に流されるわけにはいかないの。
Huh? There are two voices? And they're definitely fighting, aren't they?
かっこいいこと言って単に自分の感情を認めるのが怖いだけじゃない。
そりゃあ怖いわよ。怖くないわけがないわ。好きな人と同化していたあなたと違って、私はこの道しか知らないわよ。
Huh? What way is she talking about?
そんなの言い訳だわ。お姉ちゃんはずるい。
何がずるいのよ。私はあなたとは違う。好きな人とずっと一緒にいたあなたとは違う。
Wait, what? The mood gets even worse.
お姉ちゃんはそうやってごまかしてるだけ。私はあの子と一緒にいたけど、精神的なつながりなんてなかった。むしろ私はお姉ちゃんの方こそ羨ましい。
だったら変わってあげるわ。私の立場で同じことが言えるの。
言ってやるわよ。私は大好きなあの子のためなら何だって捨てられる。
できるものならやってごらんなさい。今のあなたにそんな能力なんてないくせに。
言ったわね、お姉ちゃんのバカ。
Don't fight, you two.
ですってね。バカって言う方がバカなのよ。
And it's a really childish fight, too.
バカにバカって言って何が悪いのよ。図星を疲れたからって責任転嫁して怒らないで。
It's a childish fight, but they're using grown-up words.
責任転嫁なんてしてないわ。あなたこそさっさとリタイアして高みの見物を決め込んでいたくせに。
Wait, could you not fight in my dream? That was a strange dream I had this morning. The girl that usually shows up was arguing with a girl I didn't know, and apparently the new girl was called Sis. She was Hatsumi, right? Was my intuition just wrong?
ちょっと沢井さん。
Oh no, I was spacing out on the job. I'm gonna get yelled at again.
この記録は何なの？漢字間違いだらけじゃないの？
すみません。
褥瘡の褥はしとねという字よ。恥ずかしめるという字ではないわ。意味を考えてから書きなさい。
It's one letter off. Oh my god.
すみません。
Hatsumi roars at me, and it feels like it's April again. When I apologize in earnest, she falls quiet.
主任さん？
なんでもないわ。もういいから仕事に戻りなさい。
Her eyes look like she had something to say for just a moment there. Hatsumi has to be having a lot of trouble too. It can't be easier for her to decide what kind of attitude to take towards me. But I'm fine with that. I'll be waiting for her answer, no matter what that answer may be. But how long do I need to wait? How long can I wait? I take a glance at Hatsumi to see her at her usual place, the doctor's desk, flipping through records and copying down directions. It'll just be awkward if I stay in the station like this.
ちょっと病室を回ってきます。
そんなこと別に断らなくてもいいわ。
そうですね。
Ugh, shut down. Staying around is probably going to get me depressed. But I really can't afford to be.
若いうちの恋やったらパワーで乗り切れるけど年いけばいくほど理性が邪魔するようになるねんな。ま、向こうもいっぱいいっぱいやし、ここはより経験豊富な方が足踏みして 向こうが追いつくのを待つしかない。
Yeah, I can wait. Though, since I'm just waiting, there's not much I can actually do. I can't get impatient or make a fuss. I'll have to do the best job of waiting that I can. And though I made up my mind to do that,
メール来ない。
I know nothing's coming, but I can't help looking at my phone. I'm the one who decided to wait, but just sitting around is really worrying, so I end up wanting something to calm me down. Worry overcomes me, and unpleasant thoughts start to cross my mind. Maybe Hatsumi doesn't want to deal with a younger partner like me anymore. Or maybe she prefers someone more grown up and less childish than me, someone who understands things better. Or maybe she hates me now. Ugh. Thinking when you're anxious never leads to anything good. And I know that, but I just can't help it. Then Yamanouchi's face comes to mind.
下手の考え、休むに似たり。
Maybe this is pointless thinking. She said something else too.
押してもダメなら引いてみな。引いてもダメなら押してみな。
それでもダメなら？
恋愛の仕方には個人差があります。用法用量と節度を守って理性と欲望のバランスを見ながら正しく歩んでください。
押してもダメなら引いてみな。引いてもダメなら押してみな。それでもダメなら。
My intuition whispers me my next move, and I'm going to follow that intuition, like I always do. I close my eyes and take some deep breaths as myself. It's my usual spell, the careful breathing that calms me down. Then I slowly open my eyes. Okay. Ask directly. Alright. I can't waste time worrying, so I better go ask her directly. Hello. I'm sitting across from Hatsumi in her room, facing her directly. She looks nervous.
目を閉じて。
はい。
I close my eyes as she asks. Then I feel something warm and soft touch my eyelids. This has to be Hatsumi's palm. I'm swept up in the strange sensation of my consciousness focusing on the sensation of Hatsumi's hand. I hear something from afar.
ちゃん。かおりちゃん。
Someone's calling out to me. A familiar voice. I slowly open my eyes. Huh? Am I in that dream I always have? I flinch a bit when I notice the usual girls in front of me.
あなたは。
To my surprise, her outline grows hazy and her face shifts from how I looked in childhood to that of another girl's.
あなた。
The door of my memory is pried open. I know this girl. You can't remember her. She's...
ずっと会いたかった。かおりちゃん。
It hurts. My entire body hurts. It burns. It hurts. It's crushingly tight. It's cold. As all the warm blood drains from my body, my temperature drops further and further.
かおりちゃん。ごめんなさい。私のせいで。ごめんね。
I try to call the name of the collapsed girl in front of me, but I realize I can't remember it. My arm won't listen to me, but I desperately move it to reach towards a girl. I touch the hand of a wet body. insert name here, won't budge. I try to shake her, but her fingers are too slippery to get a good grip on. Please, insert name here, look at me. I hold onto insert name here's arm tight with a numb hand. When I do, someone else's consciousness pours into me.
死なせない香織ちゃんだけは死なせたりはしない
I'm so close. I'm so close to remembering. She's...
私はもうこれ以上香織ちゃんと一緒に笑ったり泣いたりはできないのでも私だからできることがあるよ
It's coming back to me. She is my dear friend.
香織ちゃんが私を忘れても私は香織ちゃんの中で香織ちゃんとずっと一緒にいるの
We were always together. We were really close, and when we went on field trips, we would eat our lunches together.
そうすることで香織ちゃんを守ることができるなら私はもう何もいらない
She was a gentle girl with a quiet laugh. I loved insert name here.
香織ちゃんが幸せに笑っているなら私はそれだけでいいのだから香織ちゃん死なないで
I loved her.
葉月ちゃん
Bright light engulfs me and I close my eyes.
ごめんなさい。あなたの記憶を最初に封じたのは私よ。
I hear Hatsumi's voice. I slowly open my eyes to see her in the light, wearing a lonely smile.
あなたは瀕死の重傷だった。肝臓と腎臓が破裂し、あなたの命をつなぎ止めるには臓器移植しか他に道がなかった。葉月の体は内臓は無事だったの。だから私は両親と相談してあなたに葉月の臓器を移植することにしたのよ。葉月の肝臓と腎臓をあなたの肉体に確実に定着させるためには葉月の能力が必要だった。肉体を失った葉月が能力を無駄なく使うためにあなたの中に葉月がいることをあなたに悟らせたくなかったの。葉月の存在に気づいたらあなたの意識が葉月の能力を否定してしまうかもしれない。それを防ぐために私はあなたの記憶を封じたの。
Hatsumiさん
She starts speaking with a forlorn expression. I wasn't the only one in the accident. My best friend Hazuki was hit too. She was left mostly brain dead, and I was on death's door from organ rupture. And to save my life, Hazuki's sister Hatsumi and her parents offered to transplant me her organs. I didn't know this, but Hazuki had powerful abilities of mental assimilation, so much so that they were researched by a certain organization. And when I think about it, she had injection marks in her arm, and she always wore long sleeves to hide them. Hazuki used that ability to dig herself into my consciousness before she died, and housed herself in organs as they were transplanted. And to keep Hazuki safely in those organs, Hatsumi tells me with a pained look, she personally sealed my memories. According to her, Hatsumi's ability is mental induction. It's not as powerful as Hazuki's ability, but she can make hypnotizing suggestions. Hazuki used her ability inside me to keep me alive when I was on death's door. As I grew older and time passed, Hatsumi's spell gradually wore off. And as that happened, I started to awaken to my own ability as Hazuki assimilated it to me more and more. That ability being my healing hands. Apparently, when my healing hands manifest into the outside world, Hazuki's consciousness gains an ego. She'll help me when I'm in a pinch by switching personalities with me. That's the little spell I always cast on myself. When I picked up the habit, I gained the ability to switch with Hazuki freely. Which makes me think that that's when it was Hazuki, not Hatsumi, who was sealing my memories. Hazuki sealed my memories to suit her, and swapped in with me when needed. And Hatsumi kept quiet the whole time, knowing that Hazuki had awakened inside of me.
そろそろ私たちは役目を終えるべきだと思うの。
Hatsumi smiles at me. Hatsumi, please, you don't need to smile in such a forlorn way. I'm begging you, don't put on such a sad face.
分かってるよ、お姉ちゃん。
I turn around in surprise to see Hazuki standing there. It's Hazuki, as she was so many years ago. My dear best friend from back then. Why had I forgotten her for so long? I might have had an enchanting suggestion to forget her cast on me, but why couldn't I remember such a dear friend?
ごめんね、かおりちゃん。私、かおりちゃんと同じものを見て、同じものを感じて、すごく幸せだった。はずきちゃん。
She giggles a little.
また、はずきちゃんって呼んでくれるのね。嬉しい。はずきちゃん。
I try to walk up to her, but she stops me with a sad smile.
ごめんね、かおりちゃん。本当にごめんね。本当の私はもう死んでるから、かおりちゃんの体が治ったら消えなくちゃいけないのは分かってたの。でもかおりちゃんと生きるのが楽しくて消えたくなくなっちゃって。ごめんなさい、欲が出ちゃったの。
Hazuki's words hit my head like a sack of bricks.
かおりちゃんのおかげで私、まるで自分が生きているかのように楽しい人生を送れたと思うの。でもそれも終わりにしないとね。かおりちゃんの人生だもん。ちゃんとかおりちゃんに返さなくちゃ。今までごめんね。ありがとう。さよなら、かおりちゃん。今でも大好きよ。
I understood everything. I wasn't living through my strength alone. My life was founded on the sacrifice of my dear Hazuki. Despair fills my chest. I hadn't noticed her feelings. No, I stepped all over them as I went about life this whole time. I deserve to disappear. I feel like my feet disappear. Sky and earth vanish. I fall. I keep falling and don't stop.
戻りなさい、沢井さん。戻って。絶望に飲まれてはダメ。
As my consciousness sinks into free fall, Hatsumi's voice grabs it. Then she pulls it up.
生きなさい。死んではダメ。葉月の分まで。あなたは生きなさい。
That voice.
戻ってきて。あなたは生きるのよ。
Oh, Hatsumi. That voice. So the voice in my dreams that always cheered me up was Hatsumi. My consciousness returns with the sensation of putting my face through water. I see Hatsumi before me, wearing a saddened smile. Is this Hatsumi's room? I look around. Hazuki isn't here. Since the spell in my memory is broken, my mind feels fuzzy. It's like I'm still dreaming.
3月、あなたの履歴書を見たときに、私は目を疑ったわ。でも、まさかねと思っていたのよ。そして4月、あなたを見たとき、あなたの中で葉月が消えずにいたことを知った。 でも私には葉月ほどの力はないから、あなたにも葉月にも何もしてあげられなかった。私はただ見ていただけ。
There's so much pain on her voice. She isn't crying, but I can tell. Her heart's crying. Her gentle hand touches my hair.
この髪型、それにこの髪飾り、
Then she touches my hairpin.
なくしたと思っていたのに懐かしいわ。この髪飾り、私が葉月に買ってあげたものよ。
I gasp.
夏祭りで夜店で売っていたの。安物だったけれど、あの子が私に初めて言ったわがままだったわ。
She strokes the hairpin with nostalgic movements, but slowly pulls away.
この部屋だってそう。散らかしていればいつかあの子が帰ってきて片付けてくれるんじゃないかって思っていたの。
She giggles. Her laugh is tinged with self-deprecation.
これでわかったでしょ。私たちは罪を犯したの。
罪？
私たち姉妹はあなたの生きる道を無理やり変えてしまった。それはどんな理由があっても許されないことよ。
でもそれは私の命を助けようとして。
As if to deny my protests, Hatsumi gently shakes her head.
人の道を外れることをした。その事実は変えられないわ。
でもそれでも初美さんや葉月ちゃんがそうしなければ、私はこうして初美さんに出会えなかった。初美さんに出会えたから私は恋をしたんです。
She chuckles again. The self-hate in it makes my chest burn.
それはあなたの勘違いよ。あなたは妹の葉月の記憶に引きずられて私を好きになっただけ。違う！葉月の記憶がなければきっと私なんかに見向きもせず誰か他の人を好きになったはずよ。
I put my hands over my ears, not wanting to hear such sad words coming out of Hatsumi's mouth.
ごめんなさい。私があなたに惹かれてしまったから。私は葉月の存在を利用したのよ。
そんなことありません。
I shake my head again and again, but her words keep attacking me one after another.
そして私はあなたの気持ちを利用して妹代わりにしていたのかもしれないわ。私はあなたにふさわしくない。
そんなことないです。
I hug Hatsumi tight, wanting her to stop.
そんなことあるのよ。あなたは知らないだけで。
そんなことないです。初美さんを好きだって思う私の気持ちまで否定しないでください。
あなたにはもっとふさわしい人がいるわ。わざわざ私のようなダメなおばさんを選ぶ必要なんてないの。
I hear her teary words whispered into my ear. I cling to Hatsumi's neck and desperately shake my head.
そんな言葉聞きたくない。私は初美さんが好きなんです。片付けられなくてお部屋で料理もできなくて家事も全然ダメで飲める紅茶も入れられないけど、看護師としてはエキスパートな初美さんが尊敬してます。大好きです。愛してます。それなのに私の気持ちを受け入れてもらえないんですか？なんて言えば受け入れてもらえるんですか？葉月ちゃんの代わりでもいい、妹代わりでもいい、お願いです。私を好きになってください。
Hatsumi trembles in my arms, seeming surprised.
だって私頑張ってフォローしてるけど本当にドジでノルマなカメなのよ。すぐ物を落とすし物忘れは激しいし本当に呆れるくらいなんだから。あなただって絶対に呆れるわ。
呆れません。カメでもいい。そんな初見さんを可愛いって思うし、ダメな部分は私がフォローします。
初日私の伝達ミスで寮から白衣で来させたり必要書類を忘れたり事務長室と寮を往復させたりたくさんの二度手間をさせたこと忘れたの？
Or how I forgot to tell you what documents and had you go to your dorm and back to the admin office again.
そんな昔のこともう忘れました。っていうか、初見さんのためなら二度手間くらい全然平気です。
それに私はもうおばさんなのよ。あなたにはもっと年の近い若い子の方がふさわしいわ。
でも初見さんは可愛いです。初見さん以上に可愛くて、それなのに尊敬できる人なんていません。
She falls speechless in my arms. I squeeze Hatsumi tight and put all my feelings into my next words.
看護師として尊敬しています。けれど、それ以上に一人の人間として初見さんが好きです。初見さんならわかりますよね。私の気持ち。私が嘘なんか言ってないってこと。
I feel something warm fall onto my neck. Hatsumi's tears. She buries her face in my cheek. Drops of emotion gently falling down. My heart fills with warmth.
はい。バカです。私。でも、恋をすると誰でもバカになるものでしょう。
I hold Hatsumi even tighter.
二人でバカになりましょう。嫌ですか
？Hatsumi looks up at me, wearing a tearful smile on her painfully beautiful face.
困るわ。その誘惑は魅力的すぎて。
Her face grows closer to mine. I can see her close her eyes. I quietly close mine as well. Our lips touch. It's such a sweet, soft sensation. I slide my tongue onto her lips, wanting to feel more of them. It's sweet enough to put my heart into a numb stupor. I want more. As I gently lick Hatsumi's lips, she purses them tightly.
主任さん、唇を口を開けてくださいませんか。
She quivers in surprise. As her moist eyelashes quiver, she gazes back at me.
口を。
はい。お口を開けてください。
Though surprised, Hatsumi opens her mouth wide, like a chick waiting for a meal.
こう。
Is she not aware, or did she do this on purpose? No, she's definitely not aware.
初見さんったら、私を食べちゃうつもりですか？
Crimson covers her face.
だって私こういうこと何も知らなくて。
もう、こういうところがたまらなく可愛いんです。年上のくせに反則ですよ。
Before Hatsumi can say anything, I seal her lips. It's a deep kiss. Oh, if only we could just melt into each other like this. It's hard to breathe. I'm so happy I start to feel dizzy.
仕方がないでしょ。 初恋なんだから。
First love. I had picked up hints that might be the case, but Hatsumi's never been in love before. Which means I'm her first.
嬉しいです、初美さん。初美さんを私の色に染めちゃってもいいんですよね。
Hatsumi whispers with a face as bashful as can be.
バカ。
I haven't been able to love on Hatsumi much since then. I want to go back to her dorm and get busy, but Hatsumi's the chief, so she often has to bring her work up. What do you mean, get busy? Which does she care about more, work or me? Alright, I never want to actually say that to her, but still.
沢井さん、聞いているの？山之内さんの代わりに上等さんのサマリー書くんでしょ？
When she really gets on my case like this, it's a little... yeah.
サマリーならもうかけてます。あとトシルさんのご家族に連絡も取れました。今週末やってくるそうです。
まあ、やっと来てくれることになったのね。あのご家族、のらりくらりと LINE を伸ばして施設に移る話をさせてくれなくて大変だったのよ。
They've kept postponing their visit to the hospital, and they wouldn't let us talk about moving Mr. Toshiro to a home.
トシルさんのレントゲンとか心電図もまとめてあります。サマリーも下書き終わってます。
やるわね、沢井。主任に褒めてもらいたいがために。沢井、けなげな子。
Senpai and Yamanouchi holler from the peanut gallery. I let their comments pass me by and scope out Hatsumi a little. Yamanouchi's right. I'm doing this to impress Hatsumi. I want her to compliment me. What's wrong with that? But...
無駄口を叩いていないで、あなたたち仕事をしなさい。
But I'm doing my job. I got caught in the crossfire aimed at Yamanouchi and Senpai.
沢井さん、トシルさんのことはありがたいけれど、酒井さんの転院準備は進んでいるの？サマリー、もうかけたのかしら？
That makes me go pale. Oh no. I just thought about impressing her and didn't actually do the work I was supposed to do.
はい、すみません。すぐ書きます。
たるんでいるわね。何をしているの、あなたは。
すみません。
主任たら照れんでもええがな。ひょひょ、お熱いね。
Yamanouchi wastes no time in egging us on. Hatsumi, however, looks at her with cool eyes and scoffs.
おあいにくさま。私と沢井さんはあなたが妄想するような関係ではないの。
She's strict on the job as always, and speaks as harshly as ever. But that side of her is so appealing. It grabs hold of me and doesn't let go. In the moment we step out of the hospital, she turns honey sweet. Senpai slips up to me and whispers in my ear.
沢井、あんなギスギスした年もなんてやめて、私にしない？私とスイートな関係になろうよ。
Senpai's whisper is very tempting, but my heart is with the woman at the doctor's desk, watching us with sharp, jealous eyes.
さ、おしゃべりはそこまで。みんな仕事に戻って。
In any case, I think I'm really happy where I am, and I've got to work even harder. That way, I can proudly walk forward next to the woman I love. Okay, how bad can the bad ending be, I wonder? No. Let's see. Which one was it? This one? I think. ask again. Well, this is my chance. I have to take it.
初美さん、私が昔事故に遭ったってこと知ってますか？
If Hatsumi has anything at all to do with the girl, then she should know about the accident. That's why I'm going in with the leading question. Hatsumi frowns for a second, then purses her lips. Eventually, she makes a small sigh.
知っていると言ったら、あなたはどうするの？
詳しいことを聞き出します。私、あの事故についてはほとんど何も覚えてないので。
Hatsumi chuckles.
私が知っているのは、あなたが事故で一時重体に陥ったことと、記録で読んだ退院までの経緯だけよ。
記録で読んだ？
あなたが運び込まれた病院は、私が後に新人として入った病院だった。ただそれだけ。勤務している看護師が過去の記録を遡って読むことは別に珍しいことでも何でもないわ。
Something bothers me about what she just said. I can't quite put my finger on it though.
あなた、明日日勤でしょ？そろそろ寝た方がいいわね。
でも
When I glance at my watch, it's just gone 9. It's still too early to go to bed.
それに、私も仕事を持ち帰っているの。
はい。
If it's work, then I can't be too stubborn.
じゃあ、また明日。
ええ、また明日。
I'm dreaming once again. There's nobody else here today either. Or is there? Blah, 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 blah. So with the message, we wait. And never get a response back. Bad ending. You get left on red. Wait. You know, I should wait a little. She's got a lot on her plate, so I want to wait for when she has a little bit of breathing room. I think I was sleeping a little. I look at the phone in my hands to see I have a message.
初美さんからだ。
And it says,
話があるので部屋に来てください。
talk about a direct message. That's what I expect from Hatsumi, though.
さて、行きますか。
I'm sitting across from Hatsumi in her room, facing her directly. She looks nervous.
目を閉じて。
Are we doing this again? Okay.
ああ。
Senpai and Yamanouchi watch me from afar.
どうしたんですか、二人とも。私の顔に何かついていますか？
何もついてないけど。
ちなみに沢井、長藤さんの退院サマリー、うちの代わりに書いてくれへん？
あ、それならもう書いておきました。 山之内さんに仕事が集まってて大変そうだから手伝ってあげてって主任さんに言われていたので。
マジで？はあ、ほんまや。マジで書き上がっとるわ。ちょっと、どうしちゃったのよ、沢井。こう言っちゃうのはあれだけど、最近の沢井、ちょっとすごすぎるよ。
すごいですか？
すごいよ。悔しいけど、すごい。仕事もパパッとやっちゃうし、雑じゃないし、ミスもないし。ほんとどうしたの？まるでベテランナースみたい。
Senpai peers at me with worried eyes. I really don't want to worry her, because she's my dear senpai.
目が覚めたんです。
沢井？
さあ、仕事をしましょう。さっさとやらないと夜勤さんが来ちゃいますよ。
お疲れ様。
There's some hot milk filled with honey in front of me. One of my favorite drinks. Wait, favorite? Did I always like milk with honey this much? Well, whatever. I quietly reach out to it. The heat of the drink fills my palm. I drink the honeyed milk down.
ねえ、お姉ちゃん、これでいいのかな？
いいも悪いも仕方がないでしょ。
そうだね。
Hatsumi gazes at me with merciful eyes. Then she gently strokes my cheek.
あなたをずっと待っているわ。
She's so calm, so gentle.
私たちはあなたの戻る場所をずっと守って、ずっと待っているわ。
Everything about her feels so comforting. The loving eyes she has cast on me, the heartfelt warmth I feel from her hand.
だからあなたは安心していいのよ。眠っていてもいいし、いつ目覚めてもいいの。
But I have to say, drinking hot honeyed milk in an air-conditioned room when it's hot out is just the best.
ねえ、聞こえているかしら。私の可愛い香り。
I love you too, Hatsumi. I wonder if she can hear my voice. I'm sure she can. That's why she's watching over me with those eyes. I love you, Hatsumi. I really do. I feel secure and comfortably close my eyes. Okay. So, we're doing like a multiple personality thing here. She can just switch between the sister and Kaori like that. 'Cause that's...
白衣性恋愛症候群。
okay, what's the first one I made? This one?
ロードしました。
Okay. Just came out. Okay, so this is the good ending. But I don't know what that entails exactly. Like, Do they somehow bring the sister back to life? What? They got together in the normal ending, right? So what could be better than that? Do, 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 do. Yeah, I don't really know what else it could be. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that mysterious guy has something to do with it. He's supposedly the one who was in the car and hit them. I don't know. Like, he needs a purpose, right? He can't just be there to scare Kaori, right? What do you do, sir? Let's try thinking of more ideas. So, Chief Hatsumi became a nurse because her sister wanted to. But she couldn't do that because, you know, she died. So... but I don't see a good part to, like... Does she just give up on nursing? That doesn't sound like a good ending. What if they're twins and, like, there's a mean one and a nice one? Pew pew! Pew pew! I relate to the chief on that one. I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Pew pew! I guess I could tell this story because it's kind of related. So when I had my first kiss, I was really awkward, obviously. I was very stiff, didn't know what I was doing. Face completely red. I've only had the one kiss, by the way. Lucky. Oh god. My crush at the time, tried to give me a French kiss, but I freaked out after it. She tried to slip the tongue in. I'm like, "Duh!" Backed away. Like, what are you doing? I'm not ready for that. I'm kind of blushing over it again. Like, just thinking about trying to actually do one of those kisses. I don't know if I don't know. Um, I guess. I don't know. I'm like thinking about it more as this goes out. I'm like getting. I feel my face getting hot. Uh. So anyway, organs. Okay, here's the thought about the quote unquote get busy comment. Are they gonna have a child and it's gonna look like the sister or what? Is that what we're doing? I guess it could be possible, but I have no idea. This game is like all over the place, so it could really be anything. Like, I played this one visual novel. It was sort of like a murder mystery game, I think. And one ending was just aliens took over the world, basically. Like, I solve a murder and now there's aliens? What? It's like when you find the dog. Yeah, basically. I was so disappointed because the alien one's the first ending I got too. Like, what is this? Sorry, that was loud. Ran away last minute. Meow. We got the cat ending, you guys. Game over. Cat ending. What if they adopt a cat and name it Hazuki? Do 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 do. Continue. Do 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 do. Nano, 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 nano. It's funny when it's just like that, but just you wait until you hear the whole thing. Trying to read something while that annoying thing's going on in the background. You know how some game it's when some games like they have like you can listen to the music or something. What if they have the ringtone somewhere in there? If it's there, I'm gonna play it for you. And you're gonna hear how annoying it is. Whoops. Be honest. Like when you join a call or something. Because like they may, I don't know if it's just a nitro thing or whatever, but you can like customize the noise of you joining a chat. I was talking to my friends on Discord about it the other day, and I was like, if I were to have one, I would use "It's Brittany Bit." It's Brittany Bit. You're cute. Don't ask. It's just, we're working right now, so I should avoid asking those kinds of personal questions. If I'm going to ask, then it should be later on when it's just the two of us and she can answer me properly. I think looking towards the chief and meeting her gaze. She hurriedly averts her eyes. Wait, what? I thought I had angered her, but when I look more closely, I can see that her earlobes are faintly flush.
主任さん？
そんな目で見ないで。照れてしまうわ。
The chief gets up and hurries out of the room to hide her red face.
おっと。
Entering the room in her place, Yamanochi watches the chief leaving and me drawing the lines on this temperature chart with a smirk.
おやおやお熱いことで。ああ、羨ましいな。
そんなんじゃないです。もうからかわないでください。
With a small shrug of her shoulders, Yamanochi sits down next to me and begins to write her report. Then it suddenly occurs to me to ask her.
主任さんのことですけど、主任さんに妹さんがいるとか聞いたことあります？
そうな。うちは他人のプライベートには興味ないから一切知らん。
あ、そうですか。
My hopes are very quickly dashed. Not that I should have expected any other outcome.
ちゅうか、他人のプライベートを本人のおらんところで嗅ぎ回るんは褒められたことやないんとちゃう？
そうですよね。
What Yamanouchi's saying is pretty reasonable. After I droop my shoulders dejectedly, Yamanouchi smirks and whispers something into my ear.
まあそんな顔すんな新人。代わりにええこと教えたら耳貸せ。
I don't know. It's finally lunchtime! Today's shift pattern means that I can spend my lunchtime with the chief. I'm so happy about that, but I'm also feeling kinda nervous. It seems like the chief is feeling pretty bashful too. Maybe an awkward conversation would be kind of cute.
今日は暑いですね。
Is that a towel? Or your skirt? What is that? What are you wearing? Oh no, how do I bring the thing back up? Oh no! Okay.
そうね。
こう暑いと白衣の中が蒸れちゃいますよね。
I take the fabric of my uniform skirt between my fingertips and flap it to create a breeze.
はしたないわよ、沢井さん。
The faintest of red tinges colors. The faintest of red tinges colors the chief's cheeks.
学生時代とかこういうのやりませんでした？
やったけど。
じゃあ主任さんもやりましょうよ。涼しいですよ。
I can try to provoke the chief all I want. Never in a million years would she.
そう？
Oh my god. What are you doing? The chief takes the hem of her skirt between her fingers and begins to flap just like me. With trepidation at first. But then she starts really going for it.
涼しいですね。
本当に。
それにしても白衣ってどうしてこう蒸れるんでしょうね。
白衣なんていうものは蒸れるものと考えておいた方が気が楽になるわよ。それに蒸れているけれど蒸れていない、そういう顔をして勤務をするのが看護師の美学だって先輩から教えてもらったわ。
Still be able to attend to patients without letting on that that's the case. The chief explains as she continues to flap her skirt. Wow, so that's a peek of what goes on inside the chief's head. I wonder what kind of person was this senpai of hers. Moreover, I wonder what kind of newbie the chief was back when she first became a nurse. I bet that whatever kind of rookie she was, her room was always as messy as it is now, though. Oh boy, just thinking about this is making me grin.
うわー、主任子供みたいやね。
Get out of here, Yamanouchi! Standing in the doorway with a smirk on her face is Yamanouchi. In a matter of seconds, the chief is snapped out of her surprise, straightened out her skirt, and hurried out of the room.
主任さん。
Damn it, we were having such a lovely time together and then Yamanouchi comes and ruins it!
はあ、看護師としては一流の人でもちょっと恋しただけでああもうヘタレになってまうんやね。
Yamanouchi flashes a meaningful look my way.
あんたも冗談を真に受けんなって。
あれ冗談だったんですか？
I feel like I've been punched in the gut. I mean, it was nice that I did get to spend a nice time with the chief by going along with Yamanouchi's suggestion of spending some quality time with her to get some clues, but... I'm such an idiot. It was all because I was taken in by Yamanouchi's joke that we started flapping our skirts like that, and the chief ended up running away. No! Come back, chief!
というわけで、夜勤さん、よろしくお願いします。日勤さん、お疲れ様でした。
My shift's finally over. Now I just have to write up that report on Mr. Toshiru, who I visited just before the shift change. Stretching out as far as I can, I see the chief approaching.
沢井さん、ちょっといいかしら。
For a second, I think that she's about to chew me out again, but the chief doesn't look angry, and her expression isn't particularly pained.
バカね。そう警戒しなくてもいいわよ。とてもいい話よ。
She says with a slightly strained laugh, but a smile on her face.
あなた、酒井さんの担当に復帰する気はない？
復帰？
酒井さんのデータが全体的に上昇したのよ。ドクターや市長と相談したところ、あなたさえ良ければという話よ。
I immediately nod my head enthusiastically in agreement.
やります。私、酒井さんの担当戻ります。
How could I refuse? I mean, I had always hated the fact that I had to give up on Miss Sakai like I did.
そう。
よかったね、沢井。はい、ありがとうございます、渚先輩。
Glancing at the chief, I see an unreadable expression upon her face. I wonder what's the matter with her. Out of nowhere, someone clobbers me on the back.
こら、沢井。あのわがまま娘にあんたを取られるんとちゃうかって主任が不安が
山之内さん。
The flesh chief forcefully clamps her hand down over Yamanouchi's mouth. To give the chief some peace of mind, I proclaim in a loud voice.
大丈夫です。そんな心配いらないです。私が好きなのは主任さんだけですから。
The nurse's station immediately falls silent.
そんな大きな声で言わなくても聞こえてるわよ。キューヒュー、お暑いね。
Oh no, I really am a moron. Before I leave, I decide to drop by Miss Sakai's room to tell her in person that I'll be looking after her again, but... the cold shoulder, just like usual.
あなたが私の担当に戻る件はさっき主任さんから聞いて知っていますが浅田さんから聞いたのだけれど、あなた主任さんというのは本当ですか？
Excuse me? Is Ami really spreading that kind of gossip around me? About me? I try to laugh it off. Miss Sakai takes a huge sigh.
あなたと主任さんとじゃ不釣り合いだわ。自分でもそう思わないんですか？
I mean, I guess I am still just a fresh-faced nurse, and I'm absolutely nothing compared to the chief. I hardly have to think about it. We're very obviously sitting at two different levels, so it's inevitable that people would think that we're no good for each other.
恋する気持ちは止められないんだもん。
感情論と根性論の合わせ技でどこまでできるか見ものですね。
Bam.
それにしても主任さんって見る目ないのね。よりにもよってこれですか。
Bam, bam.
もう他に用事もないんでしょ？
Miss Sakai shoos me away with her hand.
失礼しました。
I banged my head several times on the corridor wall outside. This is so depressing. I'm dreaming again. But this dream is different from the others. There's no one else here. I can't see anything. All I see is pitch blackness stretching out far before me. Don't ask. So, I should get the good ending after picking, ask her directly next. Ask directly. Things are going really great with the chief. We're chief and grunt nurse at the hospital, but we're a lovey-dovey pair in our private lives. And right now, Hatsumi has on her perfect nurse mask and is working hard. And I'm doing my best to catch up to her as an average nurse who looks up to the chief.
ねえ、山之内さん。上等さん、来週退院だけど、サマリーはもうかけたの？
すんません、まだです。つうかあんなもん書く暇あるかい。
暇がなくても書いてください。もしくは別の誰かに仕事を振ってあげないと、上等さんを手ぶらで返すわけにはいかないのよ。
じゃあ藤沢、上等さんのサマリー書いて。
またですか？つくしちゃんのサマリー私に押し付けたくせに上等さんまで？
たくそ、ほなあんたには頼まん。沢井、不詳の先輩の代わりにあんたが書け。
そうね。沢井さんはこの後、酒井さんの店員サマリーを書かなければいけないのだし、練習がてらにちょうどいいかもね。
そんな。
My protests fell on deaf ears, and Senpai and Yamanouchi head out of the station, leaving me to write the summary. Hatsumi and I are the only ones left in the station. She giggles.
実際の話、ここの常勤スタッフで受け持ち患者数が一番少ないのはあなたよ。つまり一番手が空いているのはあなた。それにサマリーを書くことによって患者さんの状態や看護を振り返ることができるし、いい勉強になると思うわ。
Nice studying for you.
上等さんは退院だから店員サマリーみたいにびっしり書き込まなければいけないこともないし、肩の力を抜いて書いても大丈夫よ。
私に書けるでしょうか？
She chuckles at me.
大丈夫よ。無理だと思っていたらこんなこと頼まないわ。
She has such a gentle smile. Her eyes tell me she trusts me.
わからないところがあれば私が直接教えてあげるからね。
本当ですか？絶対ですよ。
With a giggle, she pats my shoulder. Then I feel something soft on my forehead.
かわいい香り。続きはまた後でね。
I hang my mouth open for a moment.
疲れた。
I dive right into bed. Today, Miss Chodo left the hospital with my summary in hand. Apparently, she used to bring that summary to her neighborhood clinic. But I can't afford to rest on my laurels. Next, I'm gonna have to write Miss Sakai's transfer summary, too. She's bringing it to the university hospital, so it's gonna be really difficult to write, and that's got me really nervous.
メール来た？
I drag myself up and pick up my phone.
初見さんからだ。
お仕事お疲れ様。これから私の部屋で一緒に夕食どうかしら。ダメなら無理にとは言わないけれど。
やだ、すぐ行きます。
I quickly respond and put my shoes back on.
いらっしゃい香り。突然誘うことになってごめんなさいね。
A really delicious smell fills the room.
いえ、誘ってもらえて嬉しいです。お腹減りました。
香りったら。
I giggle as I take off my shoes and walk into the room. There were some awfully masculine shoes at the front door. I wonder if Hatsumi has picked up cross-dressing or something. Oh, just about anything would look good on Hatsumi. There's an unfamiliar man in this familiar room. The man turns back and looks at me. The man! I've seen this man before. That scary face. When I scream, Hatsumi holds me tight.
大丈夫よ。この人は私の父だから。
Your father killed your sister? The warmth of the chief's voice calls me before I fall into a panic.
驚かせてごめんなさいね。どうしてもあなたに会いたいって父が言うものだから。
父？
ええ。血はつながっていないのだけれど。
Your fake father killed your sister? She chuckles.
実はあなたとも何度か会っているのよ。
I peek out from behind Hatsumi to look at the man. When our eyes meet, I slip back behind Hatsumi. I can't help it, his face is really scary.
覚えていないかしら。あなたがストーカー呼ばわりした。
Before she can finish, the man faces me and bows his head. He's bowing? He's bowing his head to the floor at me.
驚かせてしまって大変申し訳ない。
Wait, what?
君が初見の部下になったと聞いて、成長した君の元気な姿をこの目で確認したかっただけなんだ。君を怖がらせようなんて思っていなかった。すまないこの通りだ。許してくれ。
Hatsumi gently hugs my shoulder.
もう、お父さんは顔が怖いんだから、香りじゃなくても怯えるわよ。
誰が悪人顔だ？
Eep.
そんなこと言われるとパパ泣いちゃう。泣いちゃってもいい？
His scary face softens up a little. Even softened up, he still looks scary, but I feel he feels a little more familiar, maybe. His face is still scary though. And his voice is kind of scary too.
そこまで言ってない。被害妄想もほどほどに。あと、キモい喋り方やめて。
初見さんは辛口だな。 そんなに辛口だと香織さんに怖がられてしまうよ。
ご心配なく、私はお父さんみたいに怖い顔じゃないもの。
またそんな意地の悪いことを言う。お父さんはそんな子に育てた覚えはありませんよ。
お父さんと戸籍上の親子になったのは自我も性格も形成済みの18の時よ。お父さんに育てられた覚えはないわね。
初美さんは辛口だな。
Hatsumi's father does have a scary face, but when you look closer, he has pretty gentle eyes. And listening to their exchange makes me think they really could be blood related. It's an adorable scene, really. Then Mr. Otsuka's face tenses up and he bows his head to me again.
君に謝らなければいけないことがもう一つある。
お父さん。
Hatsumi scrambles to try and stop him, but Mr. Otsuka shakes his head and bows his head on the ground to me again.
葉月ちゃんと君の事故は私が原因だ。
My mind blanks out when I hear that.
お父さん。
いや、いいんだ、初美さん。これ以上口をつぐんではいられない。私は香織さんご本人にもちゃんと謝りたい。事故のことを許してくれとは言わない。君が望む通りに何でもする。君が死ねというのなら今すぐにでもこの命を投げ出してもいい。本当に申し訳なかったと思っている。
No senpuku, please.
お父さん、あれはお父さんのせいじゃないわ。あれはたまたま運悪く起きたただの事故だったでしょ。私見てたもの、知ってるもの。
Hatsumi looks at me, and her eyes make something build up inside of me. My memories become clearer and clearer. It was back when I was still in elementary school. I would always go back home with my best friend Hazuki. One day on our way home, Hazuki suddenly said she wouldn't be able to walk home with me. I asked her why, but she wouldn't tell me. I think I was a little confused, worried that my best friend didn't like me anymore. Maybe she just misspoke or said something she wasn't even thinking. Hazuki had on a sad smile. She had been really sick for a long time, and she'd been coughing all day that day. Worried at how Hazuki wouldn't say anything, I told her we weren't friends anymore. She looked a little hurt, but then smiled again.
私のことはもう忘れて。
I remember how shocked I was to see that smile. Then, right after saying that, she started coughing violently. That's when I noticed we'd fallen out into the road and a big truck was coming our way. Hazuki covered me with her body and then... As I flew through the air after impact, I saw the man in the driver's seat. The driver with the scary face. So that was Mr. Otsuka. Fear pours into me. The fear of seeing two girls suddenly run out in front of your car. And before I know it, tears are streaming down my face.
父の誠意は私が証明するわ。
Hatsumi reaches out to me.
父はあの事故で自分の家庭と職場を同時に失った。けれどそんな大変な中なのに、葉月の遺族である私や私の母、あなたのご家族に誠心誠意、真心を見せた。
Her gentle hand runs down my cheek.
私の母はその誠意に打たれてこの人と再婚したの。
Her delicate fingers gently wipe my tears away.
実家に戻ったらご家族に聞いてごらんなさい。父がどれだけあなたのことに気を砕いたか。 ご両親が話してくれると思うから。
I slowly shake my head at Hatsumi's suggestion.
大丈夫です。もうわかりました。この人が初美さんのお父さんが怖い人じゃないってもうわかりました。
I gently grip the hand, wiping my tears.
私の大好きな初美さんが認めている初美さんのお父さんなんですよね。そんな人が怖い人なわけありません。
香り。
初美さん。
We take up each other's hands and gaze into each other's eyes.
そういうことは父親の前では。
Get out.
お父さん邪魔しないで。
はい、すみません。
I can't help but grin at the father-daughter routine. Otsuka's smiling bashfully too. And Hatsumi has on a bit of an embarrassed beam herself. Suddenly, I feel really blessed. I'm fortunate to be surrounded by such good people and to be cared for by them. Hatsumi, Senpai, Yamanoshi, everyone in the ward. Miss Sakai, Ami, all the patients. There's so many good people around me. And that's not all. My father, my mother, my little sister, Hatsumi and her mother, Mr. Otsuka, they've always been watching me from afar. And Hazuki inside me protected me, ensuring that I lived to this day.
初美さん、今までありがとうございました。
今までって、香り。
She looks worried to hear that. So I smile brightly at her.
そしてこれからもよろしくお願いします。
She replies with a soft smile of her own.
ええ、こちらこそ。
And she hugs me tight. The sensation I feel on my lips, it just brings so much joy that I find myself wanting to cry. So I hold Hatsumi even tighter. I want her to know, even if it's just a little, how much I love her, how dearly I think of her. It's finally the day of Miss Sakai's transfer to the university hospital. After finishing her preparations, Miss Sakai came to the nurse's station herself.
大変だと思うけれど、治療頑張ってね。
もちろんです。私、つぼみが崎に復学して絶対に看護師になるんですから、こんなところで死んでる場合じゃありません。私、主任さんみたいな看護師になりたいです。具体的ななりたい自分の像が見えたことで今燃えてるんです。
Then Miss Sakai takes a glance at me with knowing eyes.
でも主任さんの趣味はいただけません。考え直せばいいのに。
そんなことないもん。主任さんはパーフェクトだもん。
沢井さんたら。
はあ。
Miss Sakai fell speechless, and Senpai lets out a big sigh beside me.
このバカップル。
Oh, she's always been stupid, don't worry about that. Hatsumi quivers at Miss Sakai's words. It looks like she's embarrassed. Oh, her neck's getting all red. So cute.
褒められちゃった。
褒めてない。
褒められてないから。
Miss Sakai and Senpai set the record straight and almost at the same time.
藤沢さん、私あなたのことあんまりというか全然好きじゃなかったけど、 上司と後輩がバカップルだなんて同情します。
But I have to feel pity.
あら、酒井さんとは意外と意見が合いそうね。今まであんまりというか、これっぽっちも好きじゃなかったけど。
I never liked you.
治療がうまくいってこの病院に戻ってきたら、私このバカップルの中を引っかき回してやりたいと思います。
その時は私も一口乗らせて。もうバカバカしくって。
Huh? Is it just me, or are Miss Sakai and Senpai teaming up in the weirdest way? And Yamanouchi, well... she's watching us from afar, grinning to herself.
山之内さん？
ツンデレ対ツンデレか。一人をめぐって二人の女がバトルをしていくうちにお互いを認め合い、それはいつしか恋に。
I'll leave her to herself. Better to let sleeping dogs lie.
では皆さん、お世話になりました。アスタラビスタですよ。
I watch Miss Sakai's back as she gets onto the elevator. I just know we'll meet again. As if to comfort me in my worry, Hatsumi pets me on the shoulder.
さあ、みんな仕事に戻るわよ。患者さんが待っているわ。
She's right. Miss Sakai isn't our only patient. There's plenty of patients in this ward.
ああ、せっかくサボれるチャンスや思うたのにな。
うーわ、不謹慎な発言をしている人がいます。主任さん、出れてないで鉄拳制裁をお願いします。
出れてません。それに何度も同じことを言わされるのは私は好きではないのだけれど。
もう渚先輩も山之内さんもちゃんと仕事しましょうよ。もう何よ何よ、主任さんにいい子っぷりをアピールしちゃって。もう沢井のおバカ。
せやせや、沢井のくせに生意気だぞ。
そんなんじゃないですってば。
Hatsumi is giggling away.
ほら、おしゃべりはそのくらいにして仕事に戻ってください。まだ勤務時間中ですよ。
主任さん。
Though Senpai and Yamanouchi made fun of me, I decided to return to the nurse's station with Hatsumi.
待たせてしまったかしら。
I slowly turn around. The chief, Hatsumi, walks over to me and smiles.
いえ、それほどでも。ここからの眺めはすごく気持ちが良くて、いつまでも見ていたい気分になりますね。
患者さんの癒しスポットですもの。当然だわ。
Hatsumi knew that patients came up onto the roof. She giggles.
病棟主任ですもの。患者さんの動向くらい把握しているわ。
The hem of the chief's uniform flutters in the gentle breeze.
本当はね、危機管理のために施錠するべきだと思っているのだけれど。
She lets out a soft smile.
でもそこまで四角指名に管理しても患者さんだって息が詰まるというものでしょ。問題が起こらないように細心の注意を払えばいいの。
If we're cautious enough to stop problems from happening.
あなたのこともそうよ。トラウマがあるのは分かっていたわ。けれど甘やかすだけではダメなのよ。
Such gentle eyes. Hatsumi's always watched over me, hasn't she? But gentle eyes like this, and sometimes what needed strictness. And she will always will. My heart leaps.
そんな顔で私を見ないで。照れてしまうわ。
She looks away from me with orange cheeks. Her eyes are turned to the horizon that's every bit as orange. Hatsumi looks on with nostalgic eyes.
この病院に就職した時、私もよくこの屋上に上がったものよ。市長に叱られるたび、患者さんが亡くなるたび、ここでよく泣いたものよ。あなたが階段で泣いているようにね。
Calling you out where you cry. She knew that I cried in the stairs.
ここから見える景色は昔と変わっていないのね。
As I see those gentle, nostalgic eyes, a strange frustration bubbles up inside me. Jealousy. I'm jealous of all the people who know sides of Hatsumi that I don't. I want to change the topic, but I also want to hear Hatsumi talk about her past. So I decide to change the topic to something we both know, her memories of Miss Sakai.
酒井さんもこの屋上が好きだったみたいです。ここか部屋の窓からあの海をよく見ていました。何かしようとするたびに嫌味を言われたり意地悪されたり、私にとってはすっごく嫌な患者さんでした。何か言われてへこまされるたびに早く退院すればいいのにって思ってたけど、いざいなくなると寂しいものですよね。
I do miss her now that she's gone.
酒井さんはまだいいわ。歩いて退院したのだから。この仕事を続けているとね、いろいろな退院患者さんに接することになるの。若いのに物言わぬ体になって、業者さんのストレッチャーに乗せられた患者さんが裏口から退院するのを見送るのは辛いわ。
Out the back door and stretchers.
酒井さんのように自分の足で退院するのなら、多少憎まれ口を叩かれても気にならなくなるものよ。
She has a point. Yeah, watching a patient walk out is going to be way better than seeing them leaving the hospital dead.
あなたは今日一日、酒井さんの話ばかり。初めての受け持ち患者さんが退院したのだから、そのことで気持ちがいっぱいなのはわかるわ。でも
Hatsumi goes quiet and fidgets with her skirt a little. Wait, is she...
さん、
私は病棟主任だから顔には出せないのよ。それなのに、あなたは酒井さんのことばかり焼かせたいのかと疑ってしまうわ。
It makes me wonder if you're trying to make me jealous.
焼いてくれてるんですか？
She stops fiddling with her uniform and shoots me a glare.
焼いていなければこんなこと言わないわ。
Is it a trick of the light that I think she almost looks like she's gonna cry?
ごめんなさい。
I come up right next to Hatsumi, close as I can, and she huffingly watches the horizon.
初美さん、いつもクールだから、そんな風に思ってくれてるなんて考えてもみませんでした。
だって私は病棟主任だもの。
As she paddily whispers, she leans herself into me. The warmth and weight of her body are the comfiest thing in the world.
これからは気をつけます。初美さんがやきもち焼かないように。
そうしてちょうだい。
She looks up at me with sweet eyes, like she wants to coax something from me. Can I kiss her?
香り。
Hatsumi calls my name. Can I? I really do want to kiss her, but will she yell at me for it later? She'll probably say, "We're on the job," and stop me at the last second and leave me wanting.
キスしちゃってもいいですか？
She stares right at me. Those unwavering eyes make me suddenly feel embarrassed.
すみません、不謹慎ですよね。ここは神聖な職場なのに、私たちは白衣を着てるのに。
鍵はかけたわ。
Wait, that means that we're really the only people on the roof. And Hatsumi's the one who locked it. Which means she... Can I...
日勤隊の仕事はさっき終わったわ。今勤務中なのは夜勤さ。それに
Hatsumi's face draws closer.
それに、
白衣を着て勤務先でというシチュエーション、ドキドキしない？
ものすごくドキドキします。
I giggle and bring my lips to hers.
分かってくれて嬉しいわ。もっとする。
Hatsumi's offer is very tempting, but
ここでキスするのもいいんですけど、私、初見さんの部屋でゆっくり続きをしたいです。
まあ香りったら。
she giggles back at me. She's in her nurse uniform, but she has her true face on.
そういう理由ならすぐ帰りましょう。今すぐ着替えて早く帰りましょう。
I have to giggle at that myself. She's really come around to showing me her cute side lately. And I just can't express enough how much I love that.
初見さん、
何かしら？
私、初見さんが大好きです。
Hatsumi follows my giggle with her own.
バカね、知っているわ。もちろん私の気持ちも言わなくても分かっているでしょ。
もちろんです。
Hatsumi, the love of my life and a dear sister, too. Don't worry, Hazuki. I'll take good care of Hatsumi. So, keep watching over us from inside me, alright? I grip the hand Hatsumi offers tight. She pulls on it, and I look up to see her gentle smile.
大好きよ。香り。
Then comes a gracious, gentle, and sweet kiss. Vowing to myself that I'll never let go of the hand of my beloved as the darkness of evening slowly descends upon us on the roof. We kiss again and again.
「白衣性恋愛症候群リセラピー」。
Pretty. It's already spring. A year and a half has passed since Hatsumi and I communicated our feelings, and it'll soon be 2 years since I came to Yurigahama. About the time we had just gotten all romantic with each other, an issue was exposed in the surgical ward 1 floor below us. They apparently had semi-regular problems in the past, so this time they reorganized the staff. The internal medicine ward was as stable as it could be, and with the efforts of head nurse Tokwa in charge of both the surgical and internal medicine wards, the outpatient ward has calmed down too. Since things had slowed down, hospital management seemed to have welcomed this trouble with open arms. They handled the lack of staff in the surgical ward with part-time workers and contractors. With the help of Hatsumi, a reliable person she knew as a student became the surgical ward chief. Tokwa is head nurse of both the internal medicine and surgical ward, and she supports the chief of surgery, so Hatsumi's now virtually both chief and head nurse of the internal medicine ward, making her very busy. She's always the same when she's working, and the chief is strict when wearing her nurse uniform. I'm working my hardest every day because I want to help her. She seems to understand my feelings, and when she takes off her uniform for the day, she's very passionate. As soon as we get home, she grabs me tightly and kisses me. It's such a sweet kiss. Still.
初美さん
I pull my lips away, and I can't help but frown at what I see before my lips.
ごめんなさい。何も言わないで。無言になっちゃ嫌よ。
Sometimes she tells me to shut up, and other times to not be silent. Why is her bare face so cute?
もう分かってますよ。忙しくてお片付けどころじゃなかったんですよね。
Hatsumi slightly nods her head as though she were embarrassed. I shouldn't say this to an older woman, but her being nervous is super cute.
大丈夫です。初美さんが大変なのは分かってます。私は仕事はまだまだで、初美さんのフォローができるレベルじゃないから、私生活くらいはフォローさせてください。
あなたは頑張っていると思うわ。初めて会った時とは比べ物にならないくらいよ。
That's because when we first met, I was a complete beginner.
でもまだ叱られることが多くて。
みんなあなたの成長を認めているから叱るの。あなたが頑張らない子だったら誰も相手にしないわ。
She kisses me softly on my forehead.
そうでしょうか。
I know there's no point in comparing, but no matter what, I compare myself to Hatsumi. Sometimes it hurts to be next to Hatsumi like this because I know that I can't do my job properly.
だからそんな風に自分を卑下してはダメ。
Hatsumi softly kisses me as though she read my mind.
それにあなたが急速に成長してしまうと私の楽しみがなくなってしまうわ。
初美さんの楽しみ？
あなたはあなたのスピードでゆっくりと成長してゆけばいいの。無理に成長しようなんて考えなくてもいいのよ。私が教えたことを吸収していってあなたらしい純粋な心を残したまま公私ともにパートナーになってくれれば。
初美さん。
She gently embraces me.
成長を急ぐあまりに心を壊す人もいるのよ。そんなあなたを見たくないわ。
It feels like Hatsumi's feelings are pouring out. Hatsumi has probably seen a lot of newcomers up until now. Some of those newcomers may have lost their soft and fragile hearts or self-destructed after pushing themselves too hard.
大丈夫ですよ。
I softly wrap my arms around her back while in her embrace.
私は大丈夫です。だって初美さんがこうして支えてくれるから。だから壊れたりなんかしません。
香り。
For a moment, Hatsumi buries her face in my shoulder as though she's trying to hide that she's on the verge of tears. Her hair brushes up against my ear, and I find myself taking a step back from the ticklish sensation. Then... we did. A mountain of papers piled up knee-high falls down, and then a tower of books nearby also collapses. One of the heavier books hit me right in a tender spot on my knee. And now I find myself in a position where I'm nearly hanging from Hatsumi after losing my balance from the book hitting my knee.
香り？大丈夫？
I'm about to cry because of the pain, but I can't cry here. I mean, I can tell by her expression how worried Hatsumi is about me.
大丈夫です。
Though reluctantly, I release Hatsumi from my tight grip and begin to tidy up the books that had fallen down at my feet. Hatsumi seems flustered and begins to go through the clothes and papers that were scattered near her. Shucks, I was thinking today would finally be the day, since I haven't been to Hatsumi's room in a while. But yet again, my plans to spend a quiet evening with Hatsumi, taking a bath and going to sleep together, are foiled by another massive cleanup operation.
こら新人
As soon as I get back to the nurse's station after handling the nurse call, I get told off without the chance to say my side of the story.
検査から電話来たでうちがお願いしとった308のグッチーの血中濃度どないなっとるねん
I forgot. Whiny is the nickname of the patient, Mr. Amaki, who is hospitalized in room 308. It's just that he complains a lot, so we used the nickname Whiny for this patient at the nurse's station. The truth is that we shouldn't call patients by nicknames, but Yamanouchi isn't someone who minds that.
物資の情けや採血の準備は済ませたったそこのトレイ持ってはよ行ってこんかい
While being yelled at, I take the silver tray that Yamanouchi prepared for me and hurry out of the station. Even then, in spite of it almost being my 3rd year here, to Yamanouchi, I'm only seen as a newcomer. In actuality, since I've started working here, new people like part-time and temp workers arrive, but nobody is assigned to the internal medicine ward as a regular employee, so in effect, they're still on the bottom. I want to stop being called a newbie soon, but I still have a lot of hiccups when it comes to my job, so I can't exactly insist on that just yet. Hatsumi told me to take my time, but I can't help feeling upset when I'm still getting called a newbie. I finish taking Amaki's blood, take the sample to the inspection room, and then return to the station.
お疲れ様い
Senpai pokes me with her elbow while smiling.
はい
I can't respond energetically like usual.
あらら落ち込んじゃってどうしたのいえなんでもないです
It's actually not nothing. I had completely forgotten to take the blood that Yamanouchi asked me to the first thing in the afternoon. I took Mr. Amoki's blood on the first try, but the technician told me off because they were waiting with nothing to do. With things going as they are, it can't be helped that I'm called a newbie. Since even though it's my 3rd year since becoming a nurse, I can still only do newbie level work.
アモキさんの採血でも失敗してまたひたすらぐちぐち言われたとかそんなんじゃないですじゃあいいじゃない今日中に検体も提出できたんだし結果オーライよ
Senpai talks to me some, but now I want her to let me be for just a little while. I glance at Yamanouchi, and she's holding down Ambaki, whom she's not fond of, taking his blood while silently writing a report without looking at me. It's not that I want her to thank me, but I want her to say something, I guess. Suddenly, I hear a loud bang from behind me. Not just me and Senpai, but Yamanouchi also raises her head and looks toward where the sound was. Hatsumi was standing there. It seems like she bumped her toe on or something on the leg of the desk, and she's blinking her eyes as though she's about to cry.
みなさんいいニュースがあります
She must be in a lot of pain. Her voice is quivering. But of course our chief and tentative head nurse of the internal medicine ward would pretend to be okay and speak even after stubbing her toe.
今年度は新人を迎え入れることのなかった我が百合ヶ浜総合病院内科病棟にも4月から新人が入職してくれることになりました
Ah, Hatsumi. Looks like she's in pain.
へえ4月からってことは新卒かええ新卒の女の子よ山之内さんいじめてはダメよ新卒か個人的には経験者のが楽できてええねんけどピチピチの若い子を仕込むんもまた一興やわ
Yamanouchi glances at me.
そろそろ騒いで遊ぶんも飽きてきたし牛沢も外科に取られてまうし
新しいおもちゃは大歓
ひどい。
迎。なんや沢井、なんか文句あるんか？
私はおもちゃじゃありません。
I do my best to protest with tears in my eyes.
そういう主張は一人前の仕事ができるようになってから言え、ボケが。
That stings.
そもそも沢井には主任がいてるやろ。さすがのうちも人のもんに手出すほど落ちぶれとらんわ。バカにすな。
Maybe Yamanochi's in a bad mood today.
まあまあその辺で。そういうわけで皆さん、新しい人には優しく教えてあげてくださいね。あと、人員補給がなされたからではないのですが、4月から新人さんと入れ替わるように藤沢さんが外科へと移動します。
No, senpai.
渚先輩が。
I'm surprised, and when I look to senpai, she's chuckling. Now that I think about it, I do recall Yamanochi mentioning something about being transferred to the surgical ward, but is that what she meant?
もう少し内科で腕を磨いてからって思ったんだけど、腕を磨くなら外科でもできるって外科の小林主任さん直々に説得されて。
Convinced me that I would be able to achieve that in the surgical ward. In the surgical ward, too. Senpai smiles as though she's embarrassed.
本当は勤務表の月が変わる3月16日から外科に来てほしいと言われていたのだけれど、そうなると内科が回らなくなるの。
The internal medicine wouldn't be able to function.
ごめんなさいね、藤沢さん。新しく配属になった病棟で新卒の新人さんと同時に勤務開始になるのは辛いかもしれないけれど。
大丈夫です主任さん。小林主任さんもいい人だし、きっと私頑張れます。
そう？もし何かやりにくいことがあればすぐに私に言ってね。外科主任は私の後輩だからきっといろいろと取り計らってくれるはずよ。
Everyone around me is finding the place where they belong and thriving. Meanwhile, I'm totally lost.
さあ、ちょっと沢井さん。
My name is called in a strict tone, and I naturally straighten my posture.
4月からあなたにも後輩ができます。3年目という自覚を持ってこれからも仕事に励んでください。
Oh, so a new person coming means that there'll be someone ranking below me.
返事がないわね。私の話聞こえていないのかしら？
沢井、4月から来る新人が使える子やったらええな。さすがに新人2人を抱える余裕なんてあらへんもんな。はあ、4月からの新人いらんから藤沢をこのまま内科につなぎ止めておきたい。もしくは沢井を外科に押し付けるかで。
Why does it always become like this? I hate myself.
沢井さん、あなたも来月から先輩になるのだから自覚を持ちなさい。自覚を。後輩に笑われたくないでしょ。しっかりしなさい。
はい、すみません。
I'm reprimanded by Hatsumi. Before Hatsumi said that I could Before Hatsumi said that I could grow slowly at my own pace, but there's a limit after all. I wonder if I'm really growing. Even though a new person's coming, all I do is make mistakes. I'm quite sad with self-hatred, but it doesn't help to be sad, so every day when I go back to my room, I study. Today's about carcinomatous pain. Mr. Toshiru, who had dementia, returned from the nursing home right after New Year's. Even in the nursing home, he complained of intermittent headaches, but from around the end of the year, the swelling around his body got worse, and he had no appetite. So he returned to Yurigahama General Hospital for tests because they thought he might have a disease. They found systematic metastasis of cancer. The intermittent headaches were caused by the cancer cells that grew deep in the back of his brain, and the systematic swelling and lack of appetite were from the metastasis. It's good that they determined the cause, but considering his age, there was nothing that could be done. Dr. Ono, director of the hospital, thought that the primary lesion was the liver. Cancer cells must have developed in the liver from before he was transferred to the nursing home, and then they say it's because the disease progression in the elderly is slow as well as the diagnosis being late. I think about Mr. Toshiru. When he went to the nursing home, he was a cheery old man. When he came back, he thought he was a soldier in the Imperial Japanese Army. They say it's common to hear the pain changes one's personality. I wonder what the pain of cancer that eats away at the entire body's like. The gentle and smiley Mr. Toshiru has taken on a harsh face like he's a different person, and he has been saying harsh things. A change in personality. Memory regression. I don't understand no matter how much I think about it. I don't understand because of my lack of experience, and then also my lack of studying. I'm startled and return to my senses. I quietly turn the doorknob, and the person who reveals their face from the shadows is...
Hatsumi-san?
勉強中だったのね。偉いわ。ちょっと休憩にしましょう。
Hatsumi takes off her shoes and comes into my room.
でも私、このままだと後輩にも笑われてしまいそうで。
安心なさい。頑張っている人を笑うようなスタッフは、私が主任権限で叱り飛ばしてやるわ。
The deep part of my chest grows warm with Hatsumi's words.
病棟で厳しく言ったのは、あなたが仕事に集中していなかったから。きっと山之内さんも同意見よ。もっとも山之内さんは藤沢さんを外科に取られることが気に入らなくて八つ当たりしていただけだったようだけれど。
Come to think of it, Yamanouchi's voice was harsher today than usual. Senpai and Yamanouchi were regularly getting into disputes, but I wonder if Yamanouchi was fond of Nagisa enough to take out her disappointment on me. I hope that's the case.
あなたの頑張りは私も認めてはいるのよ。ただ頑張ろうとして空回りしているのが気になるところね。
空回りですか？
I never thought so myself before, but from Hatsumi's perspective, through that of being a chief, I guess it seems that my efforts taking me nowhere.
人の成長にはその人なりのスピードがあるの。頑張るのはいいことだけれど、無理をすれば必ずどこかに歪みが出るのよ。特定の患者さんだけを看護することが仕事じゃないの。病棟すべての患者さんを見るのが私たちの仕事よ。視野を広く持ちなさい。
はい。
Oh, today all my focus was on the newly hospitalized patient, Mr. Toshiru, and I failed to pay attention to the other patients who were also in room 301 along with him. I'm sure that Senpai and Yamanouchi were probably covering for me from behind the scenes, but I didn't notice at all.
さあ、ここからはプライベートよ。お惣菜を買ってきたの。一緒に食べましょう。
Hatsumi smiles and takes one step forward. Uh-oh. For some reason, Hatsumi trips over nothing.
大丈夫ですか？
私は大丈夫だけれど。
Hatsumi slowly holds up the paper bag in her hands with teary eyes. It looks like she smashed the paper bag when she tripped, as some of the food that was inside is now dripping from the bag onto the floor.
ごめんなさい。
I find the way Hatsumi droops her shoulders to be incredibly enamoring, especially since she would never act this way in the ward. I hold a cleaning cloth in one hand and tell her it's okay with a smile.
平気です。潰れちゃっても味が変わるわけじゃありませんし、食べられないことはないですから。ね。
香り。
一緒に食べてくれるんですよね。
ええ、もちろんよ。本当は綺麗に盛り付けて食べさせたかったけど、潰れても味は変わらないものね。
She looks happy. I wonder what face she would make if I said she's what I... No! Don't make me read this. I wonder what face she would make if I said she's what I really wanted to eat up. It's Hatsumi, so she might turn bright red and say, "Learn how to do your job on your own before you say something cheeky like that." Then she'll say that she said too much and become glum, because no one would want to talk about work in their private lives. So I just get ready to eat together without telling her my true feelings. This is fine for now, because I think that if I became able to do my job properly, I'm sure my relationship with Hatsumi will progress much more than it is now. It's the same scene I see every morning. The night nurses finish getting ready for their morning reports, and we day workers have our notebooks at the ready, waiting to hear their announcements. It seems like just another day, but it's completely different from usual. That's because today's April 1st. The morning station seems a little intimidating without Senpai around. I won't be able to hear the morning reports with her anymore. Hatsumi, who's become so much more dear to me, isn't here either. She said she was off to get the new nurse at the admin office.
おはようございます。皆さん、揃っていますね。
Hatsumi comes into the station with a tall girl in a nurse's uniform behind her.
では、4月1日、朝の申し送りを始めます。その前に、皆さんに新しい仲間を紹介したく思います。
The person who takes a step out from Hatsumi's back is none other than...
以前からのスタッフは顔見知りですが、知らないスタッフもいるので、酒井さん、自己紹介をお願いします。
はい、酒井さゆりです。以前この病院で治療していただき、やっと恩返しできることになりました。経験不足ゆえにご迷惑をかけてしまうと思いますが、どうかご指導ご鞭撻をお願いいたします。
When I see that familiar figure bow her head to us, I feel tears fighting their way up. She really came back as a nurse. I knew it would be something, but I can't believe seeing my first patient recover like this would bring me so much joy.
おお、さすが優等生。よくできた自己紹介に花丸あげような。
山之内さんは相変わらずのようですね。ところで、藤沢さんの姿が見当たりませんが。
藤沢さんは今日付で外科に異動になったの。一緒に仕事できなくて残念ね。
いえ、別に残念とは思っていません。
うちはもう残念やわ。優等生新人ナースがあかんたれ先輩ナース2人をあれほれさっさと手ごめにすんのを期待したのに。
And here I was, hoping that this brilliant newbie'd get her 2 failure senpai nurses eating out of the palm of her hand, and somewhere else if you catch my drift. Oh my god.
ちょっと、山之内さん、もうちょっと言葉を選んで。
ま、あかんたれなナースはまだ一人ここに残ってるから、ガンガンいじめたって。
When she says failure nurse, does she mean me? The part-timers and night shift nurses are looking at me and giggling, so I'm sure that's the case. Sakai takes a glance at me.
ああ、沢井さんは残ってらしたんですね。クビになっていなくてよかったです。
Fired?
酒井さんもその辺でやめてあげて。うちはあまり人手が足りていないのだし、チームワークで病棟を回さなければいけないの。
Hatsumi strains out a smile as she softly chastises Sakai's acid tongue. That's right, everyone basically gets along in the ward of internal medicine.
あ、そういう意味ではなくて、知ってる人が残ってくれていて嬉しいなって、そういう意味で。
Huh. Sakai looks a bit flustered and she's fidgeting around. I don't think I've seen that expression on her either. That's a surprise.
だったらちゃんとそう言わないと。言葉はただの道具なの。使い方を間違うと誤解されてしまうわよ。
はい、私は言葉の選択が絶望的に下手なので、過不足なく自分の思いを伝えるのが今後の課題だと思っています。
Wait, what? Is it just me or has she completely changed in the small time I haven't seen her? I can't point out exactly where or how, but apparently her saying she was glad I wasn't fired wasn't a stab at me, but quite literally her saying that she was happy that I'm still working here. That brings a smile of relief to my face. I may be as clumsy a nurse as ever, but Sakai's awkwardness remains too.
沢井さん、何を笑ってらっしゃるんですか？
なんでもないよ。
会話を楽しんでいるところをごめんなさい。申し送りを再開したいのだけれど、そろそろいいかしら。
はい、すみません。
After seeing me hurry out an apology, Hatsumi shrugs and looks to the night nurses.
というわけでニューフェイスを歓迎しつつ元気に申し送り行きましょう。まずは301号室トシルさん。
トシルさん？
いつものわしは大日本帝国陸軍は通算6回、どうやら疼痛発作が引き金になっているようです。もう少し強いオピオイドの検討が必要だと思います。ほとんど寝てないっぽいし、食事量も少ないときては体力の回復が見込めません。
そうね。ではこの後、小野医師に上申しておきます。
よろしくお願いします。続いて加藤さんですが、奥様がいらしてシャント手術に関する承諾書をもらっています。心筋梗塞の問いさん、夜勤帯でもモニター上で不整脈は見られましたが、共通の訴えなしです。一応心電図は記録に貼ってあります。
I'll pull up the electrocardiograph though. As the morning reports go on, I notice Sakai's face growing paler and paler as she stands next to the chief.
夜間専門も見られていたので、この件もドクター上申お願いします。で、302は特にお変わりありません。
I didn't want to interrupt the night nurse's reports, but Sakai's face is so pale that I have to say something.
沢井さん、申し送り中ですよ。
すみません。酒井さん、大丈夫ですか？
The entire room looks at Sakai. She, in turn, shoots me a glare.
大丈夫も何も、私の健康状態には問題はありません。
でも顔色が。
はいはい、そこまでな。酒井さんも子供ちゃうねんから、あかんかったら自分で言うやろっちゅうことで、続きよろしゅ。
はい、続けます。302はおかわりなし。303もみんなよく寝てました。
Without changing her expression a touch, she goes on at the same pace as she did before my interruption. Sakai looked at me just once, but when our eyes met, she turned away in a huff. I think I might have done something I really didn't need to. I wonder if she hates me again. The reports went on until the end after that, and the night nurses left with smiles. I was about to go change diapers with the other day shift nurses, but Hatsumi called me, leaving Sakai and I standing in the station.
さっきは申し送りを中断して。
沢井さんも3年目なのね。
I thought she was going to yell at me for interrupting the morning reports, but she speaks to me with a gentle expression.
新人の頃のような視野の狭さもなくなって、ちゃんと後輩に気配りできるような看護師に成長してくれたこと、 嬉しく思います。
She's praising me, right? I'm not used to being praised while I'm wearing my uniform, so I feel awkward and my eyes wander. My eyes meet with Sakai's again, but she looks away just like last time.
どうかしら、沢井さん。酒井さんのプリセプターを引き受けてみない？
I take another look at Sakai standing next to me. She looks back at me, then, without changing her expression much, turns to Hatsumi. Hatsumi giggles.
ほえじゃなくて、そこは元気よく「はい」って言ってほしいものだわ。
Hua!
というわけで、酒井さん、沢井さんがあなたのプリセプターよ。異論はないかしら？
相変わらず反応が遅いのが気になりますが、主任さんが認めて指名なさった看護師なのですから、私に依存はありません。
A preceptor. Me. Wait, who am I in charge of? Sakai? Me? Teaching Sakai? Me?
無理ですよ。私まだまだだし、勉強不足だし、酒井さんのプリセプターだなんて。
Right before I fall into a panic, Hatsumi gently holds my hand.
いいえ、私はあなたにやってほしいのよ。それに、今のあなたなら大丈夫。絶対にできるわ。
I can feel her warmth on my fingers as she holds my hand tightly.
私はできないことは言わないわ。できると判断したからこそ指名したの。
主任さん。
確かにあなたはまだまだ勉強不足。それは事実よ。でも酒井さんを指導することであなたはもっと成長できる。やってくれるわね。
She gives my hand a squeeze.
できる限りのことやってみようと思います。
単純。
I heard that. Sakai, I totally heard that. Yeah, it might seem simple to you, but Hatsumi made a convincing case. That's why I accepted it. I wasn't pressured into it or anything.
そうは言うけれど、人の世というものは意外と単純なものよ。あなたもそれがわかるわ。近いうちにね。
I can't tell if she accepted that statement or not, but Sakai just bows her head to Hatsumi silently. Yamanochi and the other day nurses and staff have already changed everyone's diapers, so Sakai and I go to prepare for IV checks. We check the IV medicines and fill the bottles with them in order. Sayuri has excellent memory, and she seems to have understood the process after my initial explanation, so she silently gets to work afterwards. She probably doesn't like me being her preceptor that much. It's kind of scary to have her quiet on me like this, but it's also scary to think of her speaking. She'd probably say something really harsh and insulting.
私が入院していた頃もこんな風にチェックしたり薬剤を詰めたり詰め所では細々としたことをやっていたんですね。
意外とやること細かくて大変なんだよね。でも多分酒井さんならすぐ慣れるよ。
Come to think of it, Sakai would really let me have it if I was so much as a minute late with her IV.
トシルさんって大部屋にいた朗らかに笑うおじいさんですよね。
そう。酒井さんが転院したくらいかな。施設に移ったんだけど、でも戻ってきちゃった。
土井さんも大部屋にいた狭心症の患者さんでしたよね。
それを言うなら加藤さんも大部屋にいたんだよ。そういえば私ターゲスで採血失敗しちゃって怒られちゃったんだよね。
Memories from when I was green as grass pop up in my head. Mr. Tully is a rather quiet man, and he was in the very back bed of the large room with meal restrictions about when Sakai was admitted. His heart condition was severe, and though he'd done his best, his heart attack come winter had brought him back. Mr. Kato has diabetes and wasn't able to take even 2 milliliters of blood from him. In fact, I pulled the needle out when the bandage was still on him and he bled like crazy. His symptoms got worse, and he ended up with a kidney failure, meaning he had to undergo dialysis.
みんな状態が悪くなって入院してるんですか？
全員一度は退院したんだけどね。でも病院ってそういうところだから。
Then I noticed something. That's the kind of place a hospital is. I'm surprised at my own words. I never said anything like that before. I never even thought of it. Back then, all I thought about was helping our patients heal, helping them live their lives, and desperately providing care. I thought that a hospital was only a temporary place for them, a place they get admitted to, get better, and go home. Of course, I knew that not everyone would get better, and you can't ward off the Reaper forever. I'm shocked that before I knew it, I'd become a nurse in a bad way.
沢井さん、随分と変わったんですね。
So I keep quiet, pretending to silently continue filling bottles, unable to deny Sakai's words.
はーい、点滴の時間ですよ。
わしは大日本帝国陸軍の軍人じゃ。
Sakai immediately lunges back. I take a look at what spooked her to see Mr. Toshiru with his eyes wide open and his face contorted in a horrifying expression, staring up at the ceiling.
トシルさん、痛い？
痛くなんぞないわ。わしを誰だと思っとるんじゃ。
そっか、トシルさんは軍人さんだもん。強いね。もうすぐ新しい鎮痛剤の処方箋が出るから、それまでもうちょっとの辛抱だからね。
Mr. Toshiru looks a little relieved, then he glares up at the ceiling again.
戦争なんてとっくの昔に終わっているのに。
Mr. Toshiru shoots Sakai a harsh look but says nothing. Still a little worried, I head to the next patient's bedside, Mr. Kato.
おはようございます。加藤さん、ちゃんと水分制限守ってますか？
分かってたけどきついね。ってあれ？その子もしかして昔手前の個室にいた子じゃない？
Sakai's shoulders shudder. It looks like she's really surprised that Mr. Kato remembered her face.
そうなんですよ。酒井さんはちゃんと病気と向き合って看護師になって戻ってきたんですよ。
そっか、お嬢ちゃんは偉いね。おじさんは糖尿病が悪化して今度透析受けることになっちゃってね。
I take a glance at Sakai to see she seems on the verge of tears.
だから言ったじゃないですか。あんな生活続けてたら病気がひどくなるって。
そりゃ確かにお嬢ちゃんの言う通りなんだけどね。それができたら苦労しないっていうかね。
Mr. Kato has an embarrassed smile on his face, and Sakai holds back her tears with anger. It looks like they both spoke a lot when they were in the hospital. They do say patients have something of an information network among each other. They must have a lot to talk about, and as they chat with each other, I gently open Mr. Toei's curtain. He's sleeping peacefully. I quietly change his IV bottle and close the curtains back. After finishing doing my IV rounds, I sit down at the station to write reports, and when I do...
ちょっと置いていくなんてどういうことですか？
Sakai roars her way into the nurse's station.
だって酒井さんは加藤さんとお話ししていたし、きっと積もる話もあるだろうから邪魔しちゃ悪いと思って。
でも私はもうここの患者ではありません。百合ヶ浜総合病院内科病棟のスタッフです。あなた私のプリセプターでしょ？
でもちらっと聞いた限りでは加藤さんの DM に関する指導もしてたみたいだし、さっきのおしゃべりも仕事のうちかなって。
私が一番優先すべきはここのスタッフとしての仕事になれることです。顔見知りの患者さんの指導じゃありません。
Hearing it like that, I kind of think Sakai's right on this. I might have been in the wrong, leaving Sakai to speak with Mr. Gato and going off to do the rest of the work on my own.
ごめんね。
私は謝ってほしいんじゃありません。ただ
酒井さん、もうその辺になさい。廊下まで怒鳴り声が聞こえていたわよ。
でも主任さん、この人は新入りの私を置いていったんですよ。ありえなくないですか？
Her rage boiling, Sayuri starts shouting at Hatsumi.
プリセプターのくせにプリセプティを放置して現場を離れるなんて、プリセプター失格じゃないでしょうか。
Hatsumi, however, simply chuckles at Sayuri's rage. That seems to irk Sakai further.
主任さん、笑い事じゃありません。
酒井さんが一刻も早くここのスタッフとして病棟に馴染もうとしてくれる気持ちは嬉しいわ。でも焦ってはダメ。
Hatsumi smiles gently and gazes at Sakai for a bit, then she looks to me with a sigh.
沢井さんも自分の物差しで判断してはいけないわ。あなたはもう酒井さんのプリセプターなのだから、酒井さんが何を望んでいるのかを考えないと。
As Hatsumi chastises me, I realize that in teaching Sakai, I hadn't really thought about what she wanted.
すみません。きっと積もる話があるんだって思ったんですけど、それは余計な気遣いだったんですね。
余計っていうか、無駄っていうか、そんなこと。
Sakai seems tongue-tied. I know she's bad at choosing her words, so I made a point of not letting myself get hurt by what she says, but hearing her say wasteful or silly does hurt a little.
焦ってはいけないか。確かに主任さんのおっしゃる通りです。沢井さんには言い過ぎました。申し訳ありません。
Sakai actually apologized to me without anything meaning attached? That's Sakai?
本当は私、沢井さんのことずっと好きだったんです。だから受け止めてください、この気持ち。まあ、そうだったのね。ごめんなさい。私も酒井さんを誤解していたわ。さあ、このぺったんこの胸に飛び込んできて。
私ぺったんこじゃないですよ。
私の方がぺったんこです。だから沢井さんは気にしないで。
Sakai's frozen and can't react.
山之内さん、今日はまだ初日ですよ。
でも事実やで。
胸の話をしているのではないわ。それに沢井さんは意外と胸があります。事実は正確に伝えてください。
She's so defensive about it. Hatsumi, you keep on topic.
ほな、訂正。私の胸は洗濯板ですから、沢井さんは気にしなくてもいいじゃないですか。
それもどうかと思うのだけれど。
Hearing Hatsumi and Yamanouchi skit, Sakai looks at Hatsumi with grave eyes.
やっぱり看護師である以上、胸は大きい方がいいのでしょうか。
酒井さん、あなたの視線がさっきから私の胸部に固定されているような気がするのだけれど。
どうせなら穴が開くほどしっかり見なさい。見られたくらいで減るものではなくてよ。
やめてくださいよ。初見さんはそんなこと言わないです。
I desperately protect Hatsumi's chest from Sakai and Yamanouchi's eyes.
主任さんも
山之内さんも2人とも大きい。沢井さんまでそれなりの大きさだし、揉めばいいのかな。
As the part-timers giggle, Sakai mumbles something to herself as she rubs her hands over her own chest. Sakai's first day was pretty rough on me, but I think she had a pretty fun time, all things considered.
ってことがあったんですよ。
Right now, I'm lying in bed and talking on the phone with Senpai.
申し訳ありませんか。以前の酒井さんじゃ考えられないことね。ああ、山之内さんとのやりとり見たかった。
Back and forth with Yamanouchi.
ああ、あれ意外と面白かったですよ。酒井さんも初日なのに結構馴染んでましたし。主任さんおっぱい大きいもんね。今日も見に行くんでしょ。誤解するようなこと言わないでください。主任さんの胸を見に行くわけじゃありませんから。って胸から話をそらしてください。
Though I complain, Senpai's right. I went to Hatsumi's room right after I took a bath a while ago. Just a while back, she handed me a spare key to her apartment, telling me to come over every time with that smile of hers. Of course I gave her a gift with a spare key to my room, too. Exchanging spare keys, it's so romantic, I love it! And I do go stay at Hatsumi's room on occasion, but I keep that secret from Senpai. It was pretty light at night, so I figured she wasn't at the station anymore and went to her room right after I got out of the bath, but she wasn't there. I wonder if something pressing happened in the ward. It's always really tough when something big happens in the ward and there aren't enough hands to go around, so Hatsumi usually sticks around to help the night shifters before she goes home.
あの仕事ばかりも困ったものね。え、渚先輩、今なんて？空耳よ空耳。気にしちゃ負けよ。
But we're not going up against each other.
ってことは、沢井は愛しの彼女とイチャイチャできないから仕方がなく私に愚痴電話をかけてきたと。そういうわけじゃないんですけど、そんな言い方身も蓋もないっていうか。切っちゃおうかな。あや、渚先輩見捨てないで。
It's been 2 weeks and a bit since I've become Sakai's preceptor. During that time, we had her welcoming party and Senpai's goodbye party at the same time, and Sakai seems to have gotten in well with the members of the internal medicine ward. And yesterday, since I've been doing such a good job as a preceptor, Hatsumi let me spend the night in her room, and this morning we finally get to go to work together like I've always wanted.
早朝の空気ってすごく美味しいですね。
I hounded Hatsumi about going to work with her, which means I had to leave the apartment when she normally does, and I'm still a little sleepy.
そんなことを言いながら、あなたすごく眠そうよ。勤務中に寝たりなんかしたら遠慮なく襲っちゃうかしら。
初見さんに襲ってもらえるなら誰にも見とがめられないところで居眠りしなきゃですね。
Hatsumi goes beet red and looks away.
バカ。
There's just nothing cuter than the innocent reactions of an older woman. But to be honest, being Sakai's preceptor is rough. It's worn me down so much that if it weren't for Hatsumi being here, I might have just quit. Though, even if I did quit, trying to find a new job as a newbie like myself wouldn't be the easiest thing in the world, so I don't have a choice but to take it.
ほらほら、そんな疲れた顔をしないで。せっかくの可愛い顔が台無しよ。
Hatsumi pauses her changing and puts my cheeks in her hands. That tempting cleavage peeking out from her slightly open top. We were in the bath together yesterday and spent all night together, but being in the hospital in this situation, there's no way I could avoid going red.
可愛いあなたにこんなことを言うのは辛いけど、白衣を着る前に言っておくわね。 これからしばらくの間、日勤業務の後、別件で帰宅が遅くなることが多くなるかもしれないの。
The sheer vagueness of her words sends unease rushing through my head.
それって部屋に来るなってことですか？
そうじゃないのよ、香織。その件が落ち着くまで、あなたに寂しい思いをさせてしまうかもしれないってことなの。
Hatsumi gently strokes my cheek.
昨日のようにお風呂上がりに私の部屋に来て、私がいなかったとしてもがっかりしないでね。私が好きなのはあなただけよ。そのことは絶対に忘れないで。
Her words seem to have some other meaning to them, but hearing her say that she loves me directly really takes a weight off my shoulders.
はい、私も一番好きなのは初美さんです。
嬉しいわ。私の可愛い香り。
Hatsumi's face draws closer and closer.
ここは一応勤務先だから、これで我慢してね。
She gently kisses me on the forehead. Hatsumi said she probably wouldn't be able to see me for a while, but I'm sure it'll be alright. Because we're a couple and we trust each other.
おはようございます。変わりはないかしら？
特にないです。あ、彼女もう来てますよ。
Hatsumi grimaces a little at the nurse of nurse's suggestive words.
初美さん？
She doesn't answer, however, and just takes my arm and brings me to the break room. We find Sakai inside, in uniform and ready, reading through patient reports.
おはようございます。いつも早いのね、酒井さん。勤務開始まではあと2時間はあるわよ。
Sakai seems to not have heard Hatsumi and continues silently reading her reports. We quietly put our bags down to not disturb her and go back into the nurse's station.
彼女、自分にできることで思いついたことは何だってやるつもりだって言ってたわ。頑張りすぎないようには言ったのだけれど。
だからこんなに早い時間に出勤して患者さんの記録を読んでるんですね。
When I see Sakai so hard at work, I feel embarrassed for myself. I've never thought of grasping the conditions of all the patients in the ward like she is now. I would look over reports of patients that I'm in charge of, but everyone's?
ああ、おはようさ。なんや今朝は手伝い多いな。お疲れ様。夜の間、急変はなかった？
Hatsumi asked Yamanochi what she asked the night shift nurse a while ago.
せやね。トシルさんもオピオイドを追ってるみたいやし、静かでつまらん夜勤でしたわ。
Oh boy, Yamanochi is as inappropriate as ever.
さて、沢井さん。せっかく早く出てきたのだから、朝食の配膳の準備を手伝いに行きましょう。
はい。
How could I forget? Mornings are really busy, so I've got to make things at least a little easier for the night shift nurses.
今日も疲れたな。重いし。
When I get out of the nurse's station at the end of my day shift, Sakai has locked herself up in the break room with a stack of thick medical records, saying she wanted to do some reading. Hatsumi stayed behind to help the night shift nurses like she said, so she's doing overtime. Oh, and I took a peek into the surgical ward a floor down before leaving the hospital. It looked like a patient had come back from the surgery room, so there were a ton of white uniforms fluttering about like bees coming out of a poked nest. And when I saw Senpai running busily among them, I felt a little proud. Senpai's really working hard. Senpai and Sakai are really doing their best on the job. I can't fall behind. And with that, after work, I head over to Kanakura and buy a bunch of nursing books. Hatsumi seems pretty busy, and I won't have that many chances to lounge about in her room. That said, it's a little sad that I'll be sleeping with nursing books for a while, but I've gotta get better. For starters, I'll dash up the stairs without using the elevator. A nurse needs her stamina. The moment I get to the 4th floor, I notice a familiar face go into a closing door.
今のって
There's no way I would mistake that lovely face. That was Hatsumi. I scramble to take out my key and forcefully open the door.
ただいま帰りました
I cheerfully call out into my room. But
あれ
there's no one in my room and no sign that anyone came in either.
おかしいな確かに初見さんがドアを開けて入ってったの見えたんだけどな
I leave the books I bought near the front door, take off my shoes, and lie down in bed. Oh yeah, Sakai moved into this dorm too. And she just happened to move into the room next to me. I quickly deny what floats into my mind. I mean, Sakai's still in the ward, reading those records, and Hatsumi's helping the night shift nurses.
きっと見間違いだよ初見さんに会いたい気持ちが生み出したただの幻影そうに違いないよ
But for some reason, I feel frustrated. I wonder if it's the disappointment of thinking Hatsumi was there, but her not actually being there. I'm really curious about it, so I woke up a little earlier today and went to work before my shift. And just as I thought, Sakai's already there when I get to the hospital, reading a stack of patients' past records in the break room.
おはよう酒井さんちょっと質問していいかな
業務に関係のあることならと言いたいところですが、今は勤務開始前の時間なので何でもどうぞ。答えられることなら答えます。
じゃあ担当直入に聞くね昨日主任さんが部屋に行った
は？主任さんが私の部屋に？
Something fell.
ちらっと見ただけなんだけど主任さんが4階にいたような気がするんだよね
見間違いじゃないんですか？
I help her pick up the record she accidentally dropped in surprise. My hand touches hers. She quickly pulls it back.
あ、ごめん
いえ。
It kind of hurts seeing such a dramatic reaction.
そんな質問するってことは主任さんのことを疑っているんですか？
そういうわけじゃ
それとも主任さんほどの人があなたなんかに本気になるはずないなんて当然とも言える心配でもしているんですか？
Well, I know she doesn't mean any harm. I know that, but I really don't measure up to Hatsumi, do I? I wonder if it looks like that to Sakai. That's depressing. Ultimately, I couldn't get what she said out of my head, so my work with Sakai was sloppy for the whole day. She can handle her duties by herself without me teaching her anything. In fact, I got chewed out by a temp nurse for dragging Sakai down. I can't figure out why Hatsumi assigned someone as inexperienced as me to be Sakai's preceptor.
ほんと沢井は相変わらずおバカなんだから
I can't even react to what Senpai says over the phone. All I want right now is to see Hatsumi. But I visited her room a while ago and she wasn't there, just as expected.
ああ犬も食わない話を聞かされるこっちの身にもなりなさいよねちょっと聞いてるの聞いてますけど
I just want to cry. When I finish my lunch in the break room and go into the nurse's station one afternoon, I see Sakai with a bit more of a frown than usual.
どうかしたの？
I had Sakai go on lunch before me, but did she not like that or something? We are Preceptor and Preceptee, so maybe we should have gone in together.
トシルさんからコールがあって対応したら、お前じゃ話にならんと怒鳴られました。理不尽です。
Oh, so she isn't actually angry at me. It's a tad inappropriate to say this, but I'm a little relieved.
ああ、トシルさん、今はまた大日本帝国の軍人さんなんだね。
Which means he's getting another hit of a bout of overwhelming pain, I imagine. He's gonna hit another bout of pain. He's probably shifting back to his army days in an effort to endure the pain.
じゃあ酒井さん、一緒に謝りに行こう。酒井さんが悪くなくても怒らせちゃったことは謝らなきゃいけないから。
Sakai's mouth was in a bit of a smirk, but
すみません。
she apologized incredibly quietly, inaudible to all but the most attentive ears. I went to Mr. Toshiru's bedside with Sakai, but since the painkillers had probably kicked in, he was so out of it we couldn't get through. Kicked in, rather, not picked. Wanting to get to the bottom of this, I asked Yamanouchi to fill the IV bottles with Sakai while I read reports she'd written about Mr. Toshiru. It looks like Mr. Toshiru yelled at her because she didn't take the proper attitude to one above her. Sakai's writing is filled with indignation towards that unreasonable statement. I keep reading back to see that he usually yells, "I'm a soldier in the Imperial Army," when he has painful episodes, but one night he shouted, "Please forgive me." And the report was written by Yamanouchi. Now that's strange. I don't think I heard anything like that during the morning reports.
山之内さん、以前トシルさんが許してくれって言った時の状況教えてくれますか？
After making a bit of a reluctant face, she put on her usual easygoing expression.
そら、多分本人に直接聞いた方が早いで。
それはそうなんですけど。
山之内さん、点滴チェック済みの分、点滴詰め終わりました。これにルートつけていけばいいんですよね。
おお、さすがお嬢。仕事覚えるんが早いわ。誰かさん時とえらい違いやね。
お嬢って。
できる新人に新人言うたかでおもろないやろな、元新人。
With a pat on my head, Yamanouchi leaves the nurse's station. Judging from how she was acting, she knows something about Mr. Toshiru. When she's like that, she'll never tell me what I need to know. The staff should share information on patients among themselves, of course, but Yamanouchi has her own views on nursing and acts accordingly. This probably doesn't have much to do with nursing and has more to do with Mr. Toshiru's private life. Which means, all I can do is ask him directly.
じゃあ酒井さん、点滴回りに行こう。
あ、はい。
Sakai looks a little surprised, but her usual neutral expression soon returns. She's in work mode. We start our IV rounds from room 301 as usual. When I stand at Mr. Toshiru's bedside, his eyes shoot open. His eyes are piercing. Is he a soldier again?
お前さんの名前は何だ？
沢井ですよ。
I've introduced myself countless times, but the dementia doesn't let him remember.
サーリか。
I consider correcting him, but know he won't remember and keep quiet.
そっちの嬢ちゃんは？
酒井です。
お前さんもサーリか。
え？
I exchanged looks with Sakai, confused at that statement. Are we speaking with Mr. Toshiru the soldier or a different Mr. Toshiru?
こんなところまで追っかけてきよったか、サーリー。
はい。
そんな不思議そうな顔をせんで。お前さんがわしを恨むのは当然じゃ。
恨むって？
お前さんは瀕死のわしを助けてくれた。わしはその恩に報いることなく上官命令でお前さんを殺した。この痛みは罰なんじゃろう。わしは甘んじて受けるつもりだったのに、日本の医者はわかっとらんのう。わしはもう長くない。恨み事はあの世で聞いてやる。死んだ後の時間ならたっぷりとある。上官に逆らえなかった腰抜けのわしを思う存分責めるがええ。
Then Toshiru lets out a quiet sigh and closes his eyes. We went and did our 3 o'clock IV rounds, but I have to wonder if I managed to smile for the patients who had no idea what we just witnessed. All I remember is how tense Sakai's face was as she worked beside me.
どうや？トシルのじいさんの話は聞けたか？
Yamanochi speaks to me first thing when I get into the nurse's station. Sakai hasn't gotten over the shock of what she'd heard, and looking at her with her head drooped down burns my heart to see.
聞けたんやったら隠さんでええな。あのじいさん戦争中上官命令で助けてくれた現地の人を銃殺したらしいで。じいさんの友達はその現地の人を逃がそうとして上官命令に背いた罪で射殺。それもじいさんが手下したらしいわ。
そんなことって？
ああ、そんな地獄のような時代を生き抜いた人やってんね。認知症になって何もかもを忘れたんはあの人にとっては救いやったんかもしれへんな。それやのにがんの痛みが昔を思い出させた。
Sayuri dashes out of the station. When I try to rush after her, Yamanochi grabs my arm.
あのお嬢でもああやって泣くんか。ちょっと安心したわ。しょっぱながこれっちゅうのはきついやろうけど、まあこればっかりは慣れてもらうしかないわな。
It sounds like she wants me to let her cry alone. I've been in Sakai's position countless times. I would cry alone in the stairs, unable to hold my emotions back. And it's only now that I know that Senpai came after me when she noticed I wasn't around, and when she found me crying alone, she decided to give me some time to myself.
酒井さんは自分が死の淵まで行って戻ってきた子だから、トシルさんのことが人事には思えないのかもしれません。
お嬢は戻ってこられたけど、じいさんは数日中にさありってやつんとこに行ってまうからな。
The arm Yamanochi's grabbed starts to hurt. Instead of shaking it off, I glanced at Hatsumi writing forms at the doctor's desk. Hatsumi doesn't look my way, however, and continues to silently fill out her forms. Does she know about Mr. Toshiru's condition? Does she know and is just keeping quiet? Am I just being childish, wanting her to say something to me now? Am I just weak for wanting to have a heart-to-heart with someone under this kind of emotional stress? I go to Hatsumi's room after my bath, but she's not there today either. Feeling lonely and desperate, I end up calling Senpai.
そっか。トシルさんももうすぐなのね。
Mournfulness tinges her voice.
私が入職した時はすでにいた人だったけど、とうとう本当にいなくなるのか。酒井さんがいるとなると、沢井も今までみたいにはいかなくなるね。今までって？あんた、今までステルベンのたびにわーわー泣いてたでしょ。でも、もうきっとあんな風には泣けなくなるよ。
Senpai's words sound like an undecipherable prophecy, so I just tilt my head.
どういう意味ですか？
Senpai chuckles a bit on the other side of the line.
その時になったらわかるわよ。明日私初のオペ出しのリーダーだからもう寝るわね。
She hangs up before I can answer her.
どういう意味だったんだろう。
I don't really understand what Senpai is getting at. What does she mean by I won't be able to cry like I used to? Electrocardiogram monitor has been assigned to Mr. Toshiru, as if to announce that he doesn't have much time left. Even when I'm doing other work, I can't get my mind off the monitor.
昔の人は心臓強いからなかなか楽になれんのよな。平成の子なんか素再度起こったら心肺停止まですぐやのに。山之内さん。
Her statement was so inappropriate that Hatsumi can't help but yell. Then she takes a look at me.
沢井さん、エンゼルケアの準備はできているの？
はい。
I had finished the preparations, but I can't help but feel like it's a bit too early, especially with Mr. Toshidu's heart trying as hard as it is. Sakai sitting next to me, pale-faced and watching the slowly worsening electrocardiogram monitor.
確認するけれど、DNR は取っているのよね。
はい、書類もここに。
酒井さん、辛いのはわかるけれど、エンゼルケアは私たち看護師が患者さんにできる最後のケアよ。分かってます。
His veins weaken more and more. After phoning the doctor, Hatsumi leaves the nurse's station. Sakai looks like she's on the verge of tears. Of course she would be. Dealing with a patient's death is always scary. I had to deal with my first Durban half a year after I started the job, but Sakai has to deal with one right after she started. The alarm screeches throughout the room. The twisted mountains on the monitor morph into a thin wave for a few moments before growing completely flat.
アシストーレ。今頃ドクターが家族に死亡宣告しとる。あんたらの出番やで。
I nod at Yamanouchi's signal and take Sakai out of the nurse's station. Misty Toshiru's family is standing in the hallway. The doctor hurries off after announcing the patient's death, and after I pay some more attention to Hatsumi explaining what happens next to the family, I head into his room. We soak Mr. Toshiru's towels with the warm water the nursing assistants had prepared. Then Sakai and I wipe down Mr. Toshiru's quietly sleeping body. He no longer has the fierce expression he would stare at the ceiling with. No, now he has the calmness of faces at rest.
やっと楽になれたんですね、トシルさん。
Sakai's already crying. And as for me, well, I'm sad, there's no doubt about that, but I feel more relieved, so I can't quite find my tears.
酒井さん、トシルさんの体こっち向けるから背中拭いてくれる？
Sakai, however, shows no sign of moving. Wiping away her tears seems like the most she can do right now. And when I see her crying, I start to tear up too.
酒井さん、トシルさんをきれいにしてあげなきゃお家に返してあげられないんだよ。酒井さん、仕 事中だよ。泣きながらでもいいから仕事しよう。はい。すみません。
I can't seem terribly convincing since I'm crying too, but Sakai takes the towel that I offer her. With that, Sakai finishes up her first end-of-life care duty, and professionals discharge Mr. Toshiru by car from the back door.
お疲れ。初めてのエンゼルケアはどうやった？
山之内さん、意地が悪いです。
そうか？
You know, I really want to pick up some of Yamanouchi's personality.
あのじいさんにとっては長かった戦争がやっと終わったんや。死に顔は穏やかやったやろ。
Sakai has on a strange expression as she desperately holds back tears.
山之内さん、その辺にしてあげて。
何がやの？患者さんが死んで看護師がこっそり泣く。別に何も悪いことはあらへんやろ。沢井も覚えとるか？あのじいさん、嫁が意地悪や言うてナースコールかじっとったこともあったよな。
Oh yeah, I remember that.
そうですね。詰め所にあったおせんべいのやや受けを食べて、スパイシーじゃのって笑って。
Feeling tears come on, I quickly turn my back to Sakai. In the corner of my eye, I can see Hatsumi wiping her eyes while pretending to adjust her glasses. A part-timer picks up the tissue box on her desk. The room is uninfected by what happened. Everyone is mourning the death of that lovable old man, that former soldier.
じいさん、やっと楽になれたんやな。
Looking up at the ceiling, Yamanouchi softly put her crossed arms over her eyes. After we sent Mr. Toshiru off, the ward was quieter than usual and work went on smoothly. As usual, Yamanouchi seemed to have some business and vanished as soon as evening reports were over, and Sakai stayed behind to read reports. When I end up alone, the sight of Mr. Toshiru being driven off fills my mind. Tears start to gush from my eyes.
やっと楽になれたんだよね。
When I say out loud what Yamanouchi whispered in the nurse's station, a dam breaks in my tear glands and the tears come pouring out. Someone comes into the changing room, but I don't look up.
頑張ったわね、香織。もう思い切り泣いてもいいのよ。
I look up to see Hatsumi there. Because Sakai was around, I couldn't cry like I used to. Because I knew that if I cried, that would only put more pressure on Sakai. With her emotions overwhelmed by dealing with her first stirban already, she didn't need to see her receptor break down. But I've already made up my mind not to bawl like I used to. Because I'm a nurse. I'll shed some mournful tears for patients who've set out on their final journey, then I'll face forward and get back to work.
大丈夫です。
でも
渚先輩に言われました。もう以前のように泣けなくなるよって。こういうことだったんですね。
そうよ。私たちは仕事であの場にいるのだから、仕事に支障が出るほど泣いていてはいけないの。
私、涙を止められなかったけど、酒井さんに仕事をしなさいって注意しました。自分でも泣いてたくせに。
それでいいのよ。人が亡くなって悲しいという気持ちは人間として当然なのだから。
Hatsumi gently embraces me.
あなたはどんどん看護師らしくなっていくわね。私の誇りよ。
Still in my uniform, I bury my face in Hatsumi's chest and let myself cry for a while.
そんなわけでトシルさんが亡くなりました。穏やかなお顔でした。患者さんが亡くなった報告の割にあっけらかんとしてる気がするのは気のせいかしら。そうでしょうか。
If that's true, I must be awfully cold-blooded. And that makes me think that I'm still really green as a nurse, which is depressing to consider.
でもさ、それが生きてるってことよね。亡くなった部屋の隣の部屋では子供たちが笑ってる。そういうところだもんね、病院って。そうですね。で、沢井の大好きな初見主任さんは私たちの中で一番トシルさんとの付き合いが長かった人だから辛かったんじゃないかしら。
I'd forgotten. I was too focused on my own sadness to notice Hatsumi's sadness.
すみません、渚先輩。休養ができたので。
I quickly hang up the phone and dash out of my room. I want to see Hatsumi as soon as I can. I look to the elevator to see that it just started going down, so I can't use it. I hurry down the stairs. I get down to the 3rd floor where Hatsumi lives. Unfortunately, her room's empty. There's a cup that's saying recent use over a half-written document, too.
不在か。
I sigh, wash the tea stains out of the cup, and leave the room. The elevator is up in the 4th floor, and I don't feel like calling it down to the 2nd, so I dash up the stairs again. When I get to the 4th floor, I hear a familiar voice. That voice, that's Sakai, right? I can't imagine the brand new Sakai would have connections to the surgical wards Chief Kobayashi, so the only chief she could be speaking to would be Hatsumi, right? I peek over the corner. And when I do... Sakai and Hatsumi are meeting in secret? And they're hugging each other. Sakai looks up and Hatsumi brings her face closer. Wait, are they going to kiss? And then Sakai leads Hatsumi into the room next to mine. I crumble to the floor. I saw that wrong, right? That didn't just happen. But Sakai did say chief, and that back was definitely Hatsumi's. As I sit in the hallway floor in shock, another door opens.
おや？なんや騒いやないの。こんなとこで何してんねん。
When I see that familiar face, a smorgasbord of emotions pours out of me.
あ？沢井？
Surprised at me suddenly bawling from the floor, Yamanouchi quickly moves to stand me up.
ほら泣いてんと。尻が冷えるやろ。はよ部屋に入り。
I decide to indulge in Yamanouchi's kindness as I sob. It's incredibly awkward to be seen wailing so hard.
なんや、大塚主任に振られたんか？
She rubs salt in my wounds with her question as she hands me some tea. Tears pour out of my eyes again. I bring the hot cup to my mouth and manage to hide my face.
まあな。
んたもプリセプトして頑張ってはいるんやけどな。あのお嬢と比べて見劣りするんも事実やもんな。いや、あんたが頑張っとるのはみんな認めとるよ。でも仕事のできる人にはできひんやつの気持ちはいまいちわからへんのかもしれんしね。
Does that mean that talented workers connect more deeply? And Sakai is a really talented worker, even though she's new to the job. I might not be able to recover from this.
主任さんは私より酒井さんの方を好きになってしまったってことなんでしょうか。
アホ、誰もそこまで言うとら。
She smacks me on the head.
仕事ができるもん同士は基礎理論すっ飛ばして話ができるから、そんだけ高度な話で盛り上がれるっちゅうだけや。
だったら山之内さんと盛り上がったらいいじゃないですか。
うちと主任は看護官が違うから盛り上がるような話にはならんのよ。むしろ自分の看護官を認めさせようとしてついつい白熱した議論になってまうねん。それはそれで盛り上がっとるように見えるけどな。
Though I bet to the peanut gallery that looks like we're enjoying an exciting little chat.
あんたや藤沢を相手に仕事の話してもあの主任には物足りんやろうし。
I wouldn't be satisfying.
けど相手があのお嬢やったら話はだいぶ変わってくるやろうな。あの子知識だけはベテラン並みやから。
I can't say a word in objection.
まあ気にすんなさい。うちが言うたがあくまでも仕事が話題の時限定の話や。惚れた晴れたの話じゃないから心配すんな。
でも
傍から見てもあの主任はあんたにベタ惚れや。安心し。
She smacks my back.
私には初見さんに主張できるような看護官なんてないかも。
いや、せやから問題はそこやなくて、どないしよう。ちょっとからかっただけのつもりやったのに。もうしゃあないな。
I look up when I hear a bump, then notice a big bottle of alcohol in front of me.
うちのとっときの酒、美少女や。今夜は付き合うたろ。とことん飲むで。
That night, I drank more than I should with Yamanouchi and complained my heart out. Though she poured me so much that I couldn't actually tell her how dearly preserved drink tasted. How her dearly preserved drink tasted. There's that ringtone. My phone is ringing somewhere far off. That annoying voice keeps ringing in my head, so I put my covers over my face. I don't want to accept it. I'm not going to accept it ever. I open my eyes to realize it's evening. Hey, I was drinking with Yamanouchi last night, right? I don't have any memories after that. I was on the day shift today, wasn't I?
やばい。
I don't need a mirror to tell that my face has gone pale as a sheet. I skipped out on work. I'm on my 3rd year, but I drank myself into a stupor a night before work and skipped out without calling in.
沢井、私をここ開けて。
That voice, that's Senpai? I stagger myself to my feet and move to open the door, but the moment I unlock it...
何よ、元気なんじゃない。無断欠勤したって聞いたから心配して飛んできたのに。どうして病棟の違う渚先輩が知って。 大塚主任がわざわざ外科にまで理由を知らないかって直接聞きに来たのよ。電話をかけても誰も電話って。
So I came here. So I came here to have a word with you. Have a word with me. Senpai, did you change a little in the surgical ward? She was never the type to make dad jokes like that before, but...
今のギャグはともかく、香りは理由もなく無断欠勤するような子じゃないわなんて言ってすごく心配してたわよ。今日は市長主任会議があるし、いろいろあって沢井の様子を見に行けないからって。だから渚先輩にまさかこんな顔してお酒の匂いをさせて部屋でふて寝してただけだなんて思わなかったわ。はあ、がっかり。
Senpai barges into my room.
ごめんなさい。
I let Senpai into my room and make some tea. Come to think of it, did I thank Yamanochi for listening to me complain last night? I can't remember a thing.
で、ずる休みの理由は何？二日酔いだけが理由じゃないでしょ？
I hesitate on whether to say it or not, but keeping quiet won't get me anywhere.
実は
I tell Senpai most of what I saw yesterday, though I couldn't bring myself to tell her about Sakai and Hatsumi kissing. And when I think about it, the other day when I saw Hatsumi going into what I thought was my room, she'd probably gone into Sakai's room next to mine.
で要するに沢井は大塚主任が酒井さんと浮気してんじゃないかって疑ってるのよね。疑ってるっていうか、そうやってうだうだ言ってるってことは疑ってるのと同じことよ。
She hits hard.
渚先輩、外科に行ってちょっと言動がきつくなってませんか？そりゃそうよ。外科はスピードが命。ちんたらやってると患者さん死んじゃうもん。
She says that with a straight face and sips her tea. Oh boy, the senpai I've always looked up to has grown into a kind of odd direction and gotten pretty manly.
だいたい沢井、ちゃんと大塚主任と話し合ったの？それは。
I hadn't even thought of talking about it with her. I just ran away since the scene I'd witnessed was too painful.
要はさ、あの主任が酒井さんの部屋にこそこそ入ってったってことが気に入らないんでしょ？それだけじゃないけど。じゃあ何？
As she looks right at me, I decide to tell it to her straight. Yet still, my heart quivers.
キスしてた。はあ？もしかしたら見間違いかもしれないけど、初美さん、酒井さんにキスしてた。見間違いかもだけど。見間違いじゃなかったら浮気確定ね。
She came out and said so easily what I was desperately trying to look away from.
でもさ、あの大塚主任ってさ、今まで仕事が恋人だった不器用な女でしょ？そんな情緒のない女が浮気なんてできるのかしら？
Married to her work up until now? Could she really pull off cheating on someone like this?
そんなのわかんないよ。
Senpai lets out a deep sigh.
沢井はさ、主任に浮気しててほしいの？そんなわけない。じゃあまずは主任が浮気してなかったってことをちゃんと確認する必要があるよね。その確認した？
I haven't. I can't. I'm too scared to. If she says that she's tired of going out with me, there's no way I could recover.
相手の気持ちを確かめるのが怖い。その気持ちわかるわよ。
Senpai nods vigorously. Senpai really comes through for me in situations like these.
相手は海線山線のスタッフを束ねる病棟主任。こっちはたかが3年目のひよっこ看護師。どうあっても太刀打ちなんかできないもんね。
And you're just a newbie nurse on her third year. There's no way you can stand up to her.
騒いが及び腰になる気持ちはわかるわ。それは仕方がないことかもしれない。でもね。でも当たって砕けるのもまた重要よ。
Eeps. Get shot down? I'm gonna get shot down?
大丈夫よ。骨なら私が拾ってあげる。どんなに細かく砕けても小さなかけらさえちまちまきれいに拾ってあげるから。
I don't appreciate that at all. Not in the least, but I really appreciate how much Senpai cares about me.
この時間なら主任も会議から戻ってきてるわ。だから即断即決即実行よ。大丈夫大丈夫、心配いらないから。じゃあちょっと待っててね。
She pulls her phone out of her pocket and calls someone. She shoots a glance at me, and for some reason she's grinning.
はい藤沢です。大好きな恋人が浮気したってへこんでるんで、今から沢井連れて突撃しますね。今からこの件では私もド発展ですから、首を洗って待っててくださいね。じゃ。
Senpai hangs up the phone without hearing a second word, then grabs my arm and stands up.
善は急げ。私は主任を信じて沢井を任せたのよ。直接文句言ってやらなきゃ気が済まないわ。渚先輩。
I feel like I've got a really reliable ally, but I feel strangely worried. For some reason, Sakai's in Hatsumi's room. Just looking at her face makes my chest tighten so much that I can't say a thing.
ほほー、さすがは内科の敏腕主任。この場に浮気疑惑の相手を同席させるなんていい度胸ですこと。
藤沢さん、あなたまでなんてことを言うのよ。これは私が頼んだことで。
The moment I hear Sakai's voice, the dam of emotions in my heart breaks.
ごめんなさい、酒井さん。私から初見さんを取らないで。
はい？
私、初見さんが本当に好きなの。初見さんと釣り合うようなナースじゃないけど、でも好きなの。この気持ちを抑えられない。私が初見さんの周囲をうろつくのを見るのはそりゃイライラすると思う。でも私やっぱり初見さんが好き。諦めきれないの。私の人生から初見さんがいなくなるなんて考えただけで苦しくて辛くて仕方がないの。
ちょっと待って。何の話をしてるんですか、あなたは。
I look up to see that Sakai and Hatsumi are both beet red.
私は慣れない病棟勤務でいろいろと相談に乗ってもらっていただけです。あなたが指導頑張ってくれてるのはわかるけど、私はこういう性格だからついきついこと言っちゃうし、伝わらないし。トシルさんが亡くなった時何もできなくて、でも沢井さんに叱ってもらって悔しくて嬉しくて、もうわけわかんない。
Wait, what's going on?
確かに酒井さんの目から見れば 沢井さんは頼りなく見えるかもしれないわね。
Hatsumi chuckles, then gives me a harsh look.
天然だし、ナースコール対応では噛むし、緊急事態にはいつまで経っても慣れないし、やけ酒して欠勤するし。
Hatsumi, you don't have to put it like that.
でも、うちのスタッフの誰よりも患者さんのことを優しい目で見ているわ。できないことを減らそうと努力もしている。有能な酒井さんには物足りなく思えるかもしれないわね。でも技術や知識だけが看護じゃないの。患者さんの生活に寄り添うすべてが看護なのよ。
Being with the patients, taking care of their daily lives. All of that is nursing. She lets out a bit of a giggle.
確かに沢井さんはまだまだ未熟者よ。でもそれでもいえ、未熟だからこそ沢井さんに酒井さんのプリセプターを任せたの。
未熟だからこそ。
あなたが沢井さんにきつい言葉をぶつけた後、こっそりへこんでいること、私が気づいていないとでも思った？酒井さんが沢井さんから学ぶべきことは、あなたが思っている以上にたくさんあるわ。それは誰かから教えてもらうんじゃなくて、あなた自身が肌で感じて、しっかりと自分の頭で考える必要があるものよ。言うつもりのなかったひどい言葉を吐いて落ち込む。ひどい言葉を言われて落ち込む。それはあなたたちにとって無駄じゃないの。
Those experiences aren't wasted on the both of you.
ってことはつまり主任さんは浮気してたとかじゃなくて。
バカね。私は香りだけを愛していると何度も言っているでしょ。
Hatsumi looks exasperated, then looks to me with a gentle, admonishing face. Her eyes are terribly gentle, and I couldn't even believe in her fully.
初見さん、疑ってごめんなさい。
I quickly bow my head, and she softly puts her hand on my head.
実はね、あなたが私を疑っていること、うすうす感づいていたわ。でも、そのままにしておいたの。
どうしてですか？私すごく悩んだのに。
Her gentle hand comfortably strokes my head.
だって、悩んでいる間、あなたは私のことだけを考えて、私のこと以外を考えなくなるでしょ？
主任さん？
主任失格って言いたいのね。分かっているわ。でも私だって恋する女なの。これでも独占欲は強いつもりよ。
なんて旗迷惑な。沢井さんって意外と心が狭いんですね。私だったら一度信じた相手はとことん信じ抜く自信があるんですけどね。
だって二人がキスしてるの見たんだもの。
キス？私が主任さんと？見間違いにも程があるわ。
おバカさんね。私の唇は香りだけのものよ。
それは分かってるんですけど、でも。
But you were with Sakai, and she's way more talented than I am. Well, my pride won't let me say that out loud, so I keep quiet.
はあ、アホらしい。
Nagisa whispers, sounding completely done.
もう本当に全くの同意見です。そんなにフラフラするのなら私が奪っちゃいますよ。
When I see that gentle smile match with those vain words, I find myself hugging Hatsumi tight. After looking at Sakai with strangely hostile eyes, Hatsumi hugs me tight. And Senpai, well, she looks at us in exasperation before turning to Sakai.
で、あんたはどっちを取るの？
Sakai looks back at Senpai with knowing eyes. I can feel Hatsumi's tension from her arms around me. I don't really get it, but apparently Sakai and Hatsumi understood what Senpai meant.
さあ、どちらでしょう？
あんたが主任を奪うなら協力してもいいわよ。その代わり、沢井は私がもらうから。
そこ、当事者を無視して話を進めない。
Senpai and Sakai take a look at each other, then share a giggle.
どっちにしても、この状態じゃ奪うのは骨が折れそうですけど。
引っかき回すのはさぞ面白いと思うけど、馬に蹴られる前にほどほどにしときなさいよ。
They seem to be enjoying mocking us, so I hold Hatsumi tighter.
やだやだ、誰にもあげないんだから。
Hatsumi's mine, you hear me? She's all mine.
その通りよ。私から香りを奪うつもりなら、命がけでいらっしゃい。生まれてきたことを後悔させてあげるわ。
We can't tell if Hatsumi is joking or being serious. Senpai's taken aback. Sakai is honestly scared, and I...
ダメです。私のために犯罪者になっちゃ嫌です。
もちろんよ。私の可愛い香り。横連もするような不届き者は馬に蹴らせておけばいいの。わざわざ自分の手を汚すなんてバカな真似はしないわ。
初美さん。
香り。
Forgetting that the gallery is watching, we melt into each other with a deep kiss. So another long epilogue. Oof. But it's finally over. Watch there be something at the end. Make it even longer. Ooh. Please let that be the end. Please. No! An uneventful week has passed since then. Sakai had declared she'd steal one of us away, but she didn't quite do anything. Instead, we enjoyed peaceful days at work. I wonder if the chief's threat worked. Still, the ward is as busy as ever. I've been phoning Senpai on nights that I don't stay over at Hatsumi's room. We've been swapping information, and it sounds like the surgical ward is every bit as busy.
306行ってきます。
大丈夫？子供部屋だけど、私もついていこうか？
私を誰だと思っているんですか？百合ヶ浜に戻ってこなければ、今頃は帝大の小児科でバリバリと。はーい、そこの2人、口動かさんと手動かし。
はい。
では、行ってきます。
The internal medicine ward has a different flavor of busy from the surgical ward, but it keeps on turning. From the doctor's desk a bit further away, Chief Hatsumi is looking over at me like she's watching something bright.
主任さん、どうかしたんですか？
いいえ、何でもないのよ。ただ、あなたと酒井さんのやりとりを見ていると、まるで本当の姉妹のようにも見えて、ちょっと懐かしい気分になっただけ。
私、酒井さんのプリセプターですから。でも出来のいい妹を持つと大変ですね。口じゃ勝てませんから。
そうね。そうかもしれないわね。
Hatsumi's eyes grow distant. She's probably thinking back to Hazuki.
甘い雰囲気壊すようで申し訳ないんですが、今な、めっさ忙しいねやんか。猫の手も借りたいくらいやねやんか。イチャつくんは帰ってから寮でやってんか。
After hearing Yamanouchi scolding, we look at each other for a moment and burst out laughing.
なんだかこうして初見さんの部屋でくつろぐの久しぶりのような気がします。
そうね。酒井さんの相談の時は私が彼女の部屋に行っていたし。
Hatsumi strains out a smile as she hands me some black tea. She seems to have done quite a bit of research since then, and her black tea has gotten really good lately. Though sometimes she'll serve up something that tastes utterly horrific, so her tea is a bit of a Russian roulette.
それって部屋が散らかってるのを酒井さんに見られたくなかったからですか？
あなた以外の人をこの部屋に入れたくなかったからよ。
She responds immediately with a big frown.
初見さん。
I'm so happy that as I gaze at Hatsumi's familiar face, I see redness extend from her cheeks to her ears until it covers her entire face.
もう嫌だわ。こんなこと言わせないでちょうだい。バカ。
Hatsumi is always so cute when she's embarrassed. I just want to kiss her.
あれ？誰か来た。
Disappointment bubbles up at the interruption. Hatsumi is the chief of a ward, so it's no surprise that someone would come visit her after hours about something work-related.
そんなの放っておきなさい。今はプライベートよ。イルスしていれば、そのうち諦めてどっか行くわ。
もうそういうわけにもいかないでしょ。仮にも主任さんなんだから。こういうところほんとズボラですよ。ね。
And on the other side of the door was...
こんばんは。勉強を教えてもらいに来ました。お邪魔します。
No!
え？
Sakai steps into Hatsumi's room while I'm too stunned to react. Ah, my precious alone time with Hatsumi!
昼間沢井さんにわからないことを質問したんですが、拉致が開かなかったのでお部屋を襲撃させていただきました。
襲撃って。
Hatsumi has an awkward smile pointed at Sakai. Hatsumi was right. I should have left the door closed.
来ちゃった以上は仕方がないけれど、この部屋は私と香りの愛の巣だってこと忘れないでちょうだいね。
Please don't call it a love nest. Hatsumi sets the ground rules immediately. Sakai, however, is looking around Hatsumi's room with the most inquisitive of eyes, leaving it ambiguous whether she was listening or not.
私聞いたことがあるんですけど、自分の部屋を最も快適な巣にしちゃうナースって結構いるんですってね。そんな風に巣作りしてしまうから恋人ができないんですって。
私には香りという恋人がいます。
初見さん。
はいはい。お二人がバカップルなのはもう十分に分かりましたから、この抗がん剤の薬理的作用と副作用について教えてください。
Sakai has brought over a list of anti-cancer drugs that I've seen in the ward, and when I take a glance at Hatsumi, I see that she's already in nurse mode. I can't believe this. My precious alone time with Hatsumi.
酒井さんのお邪魔虫。
悔しかったら沢井さんも後輩の質問くらいすぐ返せるようにお勉強しておいてください。
I can't say anything to that, and we end up falling into an emergency study session. After studying about the drugs to satisfaction, Sakai leaves without incident. You know, she probably just wanted to mess with me a little.
まったく困ったものね。ここは私とあなただけの愛の巣だってあなたも認識してくれなくては。
Hatsumi, are you mad at me for opening the door when you told me not to?
愛の巣ってなんだか言葉自体が照れくさいです。
バカね。それがいいのよ。分かっていないわね。
Hatsumi giggles. The thought strikes me that if Hazuki were still around, she might be like this. When Hatsumi and I are enjoying our alone time, she'd probably get jealous. And if I'd play with Hazuki, Hatsumi would pout and ask if she finished her studies. Then I'd feel their sisterly bond, get jealous, and pout myself. The relationship between the three of us probably wouldn't change. Hazuki would just take Sakai's place. And besides, Hatsumi only learned who I was because of that accident anyway.
でも酒井さん、気を利かせてくれたんですよね。
あの子は頭のいい子だもの。私たちの自慢の妹だわ。
妹ですか？
そうよ。不安定だったあの子の心をあなたが支えて、そのサポートを私がした。あなたがいなければあの子は頭でっかちのまま現実に押しつぶされていたわね、きっと。それを救ったのが香り、あなたよ。
初見さんだって私を救ってくれました。
そうだったわね。酒井さんが私たちの妹であると同じく、あなたも私の妹であり、大切な恋人なのよ。
初見さん。
姉としてあなたたちの成長が楽しみでならないわ。はい、
私初見さんの隣に立っても恥ずかしくないちゃんとした看護師になります。だからね。
I lean over onto Hatsumi and gently close my eyes.
もう香りは甘えん坊さんね。
Hatsumi's kiss is delightfully sweet and tastes of honeyed milk tea.
白衣性
The
恋愛症候群
end! For
リセ
real!
ラピ
Let me just check. Is the ringtone in here? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't. Oh well.
白衣性恋愛症候群リセラピ
Got all the card ID thingies.
白衣性恋愛症候群
Let's see. Looks like I got all the pictures. I'm not sure how I feel about Hazuki being the one talking in the title screen, but I guess it makes sense. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Next time I'll start Nurse Love Addiction, which is the second game. Whole new cast of characters. I know nothing about them, so hopefully their personalities are fun. But yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye!